Ngāpera will do a karakia for us. Thank you, Ngāpera.
Morena tātou, ai. E honore e korore ai maungarum ki ringa te whenua e whakaaro pai ki nā tānata katoa amene. E whakamoimi te atu ana mātou ki a koe i hoa mai mana ki tana. E tikana ai mātou e koe ina rā kua paure atu nei tāna mai ki tēnei rā. Korore ki tō ingoa tapu amene. Kia ora tātou.
Thank you. Recording. Welcome to members of the public, either present or online. Sorry. And those watching at a later date, welcome staff, presenters and any attending chairs. Council briefings are recorded. Public gallery attendees, presence implies your consent to being broadcast. Health and safety notices. In case of an emergency, follow the building wardens to the nearest exit. The meeting point is across the road at Peace Park, behind me. Bathroom facilities are located opposite the chamber foyer entrance. There are no apologies that I know of. And our first presenter is Mr. Dale Ofsowski, and I managed to get that out without stumbling on it. Thanks. Dale will be talking to us about the local elections 2025. Thank you, Dale. It's all yours, and Charisse.
Kia ora tātou. First of all, apologies for the picture. I asked my staff to get local pictures, and I just assumed that was a local picture from Whakatane, but clearly councillors don't know where it is.
Well,
so my apologies. So, yeah.
It's an impressive picture, Dale.
So basically I've got about 45 minutes and which includes questions. So I'm just going to be covering off some of the key elements for the elections coming up, a bit of background information, the timetable and some changes that have occurred in the timetable. I'm just referring to the electoral principles, which I don't normally refer to, but I think it's really important. They're legislative, and I'll just talk a little bit about those. Māori ward poll, we'll cover that off. Some legislation changes that have occurred last year, talk to those. Order of candidate names, which I think is coming up to a council decision on the 8th of May. Chief Executive's role, what's the Chief Executive's role? Elected member protocols, what should elected members can and can't do? And some candidate reminders just about the process of the election. Happy to take questions as we go through, so if you just want to put your hand, ask a question, I'm more than happy to stop. So just by way of some background, Saturday the 11th of October this year is election day. That hasn't changed. It's the second Saturday in October every 3 years, so that hasn't changed, and we have elections for the mayor and 10 councillors. There they are listed there, plus 24 community board members from your 4 community boards are listed up there as well. 3 general wards and 3 Māori wards. In addition, we have the Māori ward poll, and we'll be using the first past the post electoral system. There will be approximately 27,000 electors. I think in my report I had about 27.5. It really is a bit of a guesstimate because we just have to look at what there is now. There's still another 3 to 4 months of a roll update campaign being undertaken by the Electoral Commission that will still see some churn. We're doing the ratepayer roll update now. That'll see a change in that as well. So it's a bit of a guesstimate that we have to have for that. I've guesstimated about 27 to 27,500 electors since 2022. I'm the electoral officer from Election Services, and my deputy sitting ably beside me is Charisse from Council. There's just some maps of the district. You'll be all very familiar with that. So, timetable, nominations open on Friday the 4th of July. That's a little bit earlier than previous elections. Normally it's about mid-July, so I'll talk to you about legislative changes, but it will commence on Friday the 4th of July. The second point there is your pre-election period. That's 3 months out from election day, so that's Friday the 11th of July to Saturday the 11th of October. There was a little aberration when legislation was changed. Normally it coincides with when nominations open. which would have been Friday the 4th of July, but 3 months out from the 11th of October is the 11th of July, so there's a slight delay there in processes. So nominations will close on Friday the 1st of August at noon, and we all know that. I always say at noon sharp, because there can be nothing accepted after 12 noon on the close of nomination day on the 1st of August. Election signs, there's a display period of 8 weeks from Saturday the 16th of August to election day, noon on Saturday the 11th of October, but there is in your bylaws an ability to remove signs within 3 days, I think, by Tuesday the 14th of October, although the event has happened, so probably it's good that signs are removed as soon as practicable. Voting period, that is a longer period. It was 3 weeks, now it's just over 4.5 weeks. So that's Tuesday the 9th of September to noon on Saturday the 11th of October. So candidates need to be reminded that it's not just the short 3-week period now, or shortish 3-week period, it's now over 4.5 weeks. And that's really to compensate for delivery of mail out to electors so that they get it, they can vote and then get it back to us in that longer period. Candidates, of course, can appoint scrutineers, so each candidate can appoint one or more scrutineers. One can only be present at any one time, but the deadline for that is 12 noon on Friday the 10th of October, which is 24 hours prior to the close of voting. So voting will close at midday on the 11th of October. We'll have progress results, which is probably about 90% of the votes, early afternoon. So that will include all the votes that we have received through the system, except for those that are hand-delivered on election day morning, and that's getting more and more. People leave it till the last minute, then they're too late to post, so they'll drop it off, and we'll talk about where they can drop it off to. And all special votes. So those progress results will exclude both of those votes. Once we have those hand-delivered ones on the Saturday morning delivered to us, they form the preliminary results that should be released on the Sunday. We work progressively through with special votes, and again, it's been noticeably more special votes are being cast over the last few years. That's quite a process. There's a declaration for a special vote that has to go and be approved by the Electoral Commission. So we can't really do a final result until we have those declarations approved by the Electoral Commission, which does take time from their perspective. They're looking at the whole country. And then final results, once we have all the results in place, by Friday the 17th of October. If it's any earlier, we'll certainly announce it earlier, but we're giving that as our last date. That result is a really important one from my perspective. That is the result, and that result can be challenged. That can be challenged for a court. So I've got to be 100% confident that the results that I announce are correct. So members go out of office and take office the day after the declaration of results. So if that's made on Friday the 17th of October, then members will go out of office and take office the following day on Saturday the 18th of October. And the last one there is the good old favourite, return of election donations and expenses forms. Every candidate has to return one of these, even if it's nil. So it's a legal requirement. In fact, you actually can't get your nomination deposit back if you're eligible until you return that form to me, and that's the legal date of the 12th of September for that form. We do issue reminders when it gets closer to that time that we haven't got it. Any questions on that sort of timetable?
Dale, thank you. Why would they have moved the removal of the hoardings from, it used to be midnight, didn't it, before the election day that they had to be down?
That's the norm because the election finishes. But I just had a quick look at your bylaws and there's a leeway of 3 days after to get them removed. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a bylaw. It's not a legal. It's not a legal thing. It's a bylaw.
No, but I mean, even at the last election, 3 days later, there was still some up around the district, and it just looked tacky.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's a compliance issue for the council to look into.
We were allowed to do that last year.
I know we were. That's what I'm saying. It looked tacky.
Wilson.
Yeah, good morning. Could we just go back to the boundaries, the ward boundaries and that? When do we get the opportunity to look at changing the boundaries? Because there was discussion of maybe changing the Rangatite ward boundary with the Mirapara ward.
Council must revise or have a look at their boundaries and representation arrangements at least once every 6 years. So that's due next year to start the process. Councils can choose every 3 years. There's a permission or there's an allowance in the legislation to do it every 3 years, and that's really largely to reflect changes and big changes in growth or lack of growth. But certainly that process will start next year, and that generally takes about a year. And whatever's landed on, if there are objections or appeals, it will go off to the Local Government Commission, and then they will make their determination. They've only just last week released the last of the determinations from this current round of representation reviews that go off to the Commission. So, yep, we'll be able to start looking at all of that. It's pretty much a clean sheet of paper. We can look at the district and we say, okay, have our communities of interest changed or not? Are they still relevant? Are the current boundaries still relevant? Do we need to focus in on certain areas and look at those? That type of question as a council we can address.
Okay, just a supplementary, so you're saying that this year's election, it's too late for this year's election?
Absolutely.
Correct?
It's got to start 2 years out from the training election. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
I like that idea.
Can I ask a question? Just regarding the scrutineers. So what's the process for that? So the scrutineers are appointed by, do candidates put forward people or groups, or how does that work?
So in the back of the candidate handbook, when that gets released later on the end of this month or early next month, there is a form for a candidate to fill out appointing a scrutineer or more than one scrutineer. So a candidate could appoint 3 scrutineers if they wish to, but only one can be present in the processes centre at one time. With regard to the poll, any electors can appoint a scrutineer if they wish to. So 10 electors can say, okay, we're going to appoint a scrutineer, and they can fill out that form as well.
So by electors, you mean voters? Oh,
Yes, sorry, yes,
okay,
yep.
yeah.
Yep.
So they can particularly for the Māori ward,
Yep.
for the poll
As
itself.
a poll, yes, any 10 electors can gather around and get that underway. It's the same time frame as submitting that by midday on the Friday the 10th of October.
Okay, thank you.
All right, as I said earlier, I just wanted to rattle through quite quickly, but I think they're really important. The electoral principles that are contained under, I think it's Section 4 of the Local Electoral Act. And right down the bottom, I've said local authorities and electoral officers must take into account these principles when making decisions. So if something's not quite clear, defined in the legislation, I go back to the principles and I say, does my decision comply with these principles? So what I've got to look at is representative and substantial electoral participation. That's a new one that was added in just prior to the 2022 triennial election. Fair and effective representation, reasonable and equal opportunity to nominate a candidate, to accept the nomination and cast an informed vote. So we've got to make sure that there's a level playing field there for everyone. Really important one, public confidence in and public understanding of the processes through a regular electoral cycle. Well, we have that by statute every 3 years. Elections are to be managed independently, and part of my role is that I cannot be directed by the council. I am an independent statutory officer of the council. So Chief Executive, for example, can't say, I want you to do this. I have to push back and say, I will follow the legislation rather than a direction from the council. Protection and freedom of choice and secrecy of the vote. Again, I hold that very close. Secrecy of the vote is paramount in any election, and we do get pressure from time to time to try and circumvent that. I'm very firm on that. The law is the law, and the secrecy of the vote is paramount. Transparent electoral systems and voting methods, we're clear on that one, so any scrutineers, for example, that can come into our processing centre after the close of voting, we give them a full tour, a full demonstration of the processes that we've followed, so it's nice and transparent and crystal clear. And procedures that produce certainty and outcomes. In other words, come election day, I have to have a result. End of story. There's no ifs, buts and maybes. I have to have a result. Even if it's only 90%, I've got to have certainty in that outcome. Okay, the Māori ward poll. So where a local authority established Māori wards or Māori constituencies since 2020, and they did not undertake a poll to establish that, and they did not disestablish by 6th of September, so there was an ability there, and I think only 2 councils took that up. Then a poll must be undertaken with the 2025 election. So we don't have any choice in that. The law's the law. We established one since 2020. We didn't undertake a poll. We didn't disestablish. Therefore, we are required to undertake the poll. The outcome of the poll will be binding for 2 triennial elections, so we will undertake the poll in 2025. What is decided then will apply for 2028 and 2031 triennial elections. So Māori wards can only be revisited if the answer is no after 2031. So the likely question, this has been approved by the Electoral Reference Group in Wellington, which represents the sector. We're wanting to keep the question simple and easy to understand. So we've landed on a simple phrase: I vote to keep the Māori ward, or wards in your case. I vote to remove the Māori wards. And we are looking at having neutral sector-wide agreed explanatory information that will go out with the candidate guide. That's where all the candidate profiles are located, just explaining pretty much what I've just said above there, why a poll is being undertaken. The poll must use FPP, first past the post electoral system. No issue here because you use FPP, but there are councils across the country that use STV. So there's now a change that electors then have to vote with STV, then morph when they vote for the Māori ward poll to FPP, a tick system.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Last time, one of the main areas of confusion with the Māori ward seats seemed to be that the public thought that there was 3 additional seats. So we will have that clearly explained within there, that it's not affecting the number of seats that are on council.
That will be in your comms wraparound and lead up to that, not on the voting document itself. We've got to keep strictly to the neutrality and the process, but certainly in your education around the lead up to why we're holding the poll
Cover that.
and what it's all about, include that. Yep.
Yeah, no, I know that some people weren't necessarily supportive of it because they thought that there was going to be 3 more additional seats around the council table, so it would be just nice to have that clarified
Clear.
in some
Yep.
way.
Yep.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a question in regard to the poll must use first past the post electoral system? So 51% of those votes cast will either
Correct.
say yes or no.
Correct. Yep. Majority will win over. Yep.
Yeah, I'll leave it there.
Tony.
Thank you. It was just a question around the, well, there's a couple actually. Sorry, I've just gone blank. It was about, sorry, I don't know why, my sinuses, everything's just played up, so I've gone a bit blank. It was just really to ask, what was it to ask about? One of the questions I had was to ask around, I'm not sure if it's related to this section, but around who is, can an elector have access to finding out who's on the Māori roll? Or because isn't there a process where rolls are inspected?
We will have the split between Māori and general electors for Whakatane because we have to have the split between the Māori and general wards. So we will have that. What you're asking for is, can a candidate have access to that split? Is that right?
Yeah, even an elector or voter. So if somebody wanted to, because I know that you can view the rolls.
Yes.
But, can members of the public get access to the rolls?
Not from me, but there is a process under the Electoral Act where anyone can apply to the Electoral Commission for that information. Specifically, candidates or political parties can apply for that. There's a different section under the Electoral Act where that information can be requested. I can't speak on their behalf whether it's given or not, but that's their call.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry if it wasn't related to that.
I think the next point is really relevant here. Council must remain neutral on this issue. As a council organisation, you must have no view, certainly promote the process. However, as individual councillors, you will have a view, and you'll probably be quite strong on that view and be campaigning on that view because it's a campaign period as well for a re-election. But as an organisation, Whakatane District Council cannot say, I support or I do not support the Māori wards. So that's got to be really crystal clear. We're straight down the line, we're neutral, same as I must be neutral. In fact, I'm required by law to be neutral. But you guys as individuals can and more likely have a view.
Thank you. Good morning, Dale. Hi, Cerise. What about council staff, though? Because there's the council's position, but obviously people are staff, out on the barbecue time and all the rest of it.
It's the same principle as council when they're representing the council organisation must be neutral and not have a view. It's the same proviso. Council staff are individuals as well, and we can't stop an individual having a view. Our advice is just be careful, just be mindful that it is politically volatile. And yes, there will be some talk over barbecues and things like that, but it's got to be crystal clear that that view is coming from an individual, not a spokesperson for the council.
Okay.
To see you. Just following on from then, because that's quite an important thing, how much leeway council staff have as individuals. So I was thinking, for example, can council staff put a billboard for a candidate or as regards Māori wards on their fence, for example? That's them operating as an individual householder. Would that be acceptable?
That would be unwise. If that came across my desk, I would say to that staff member, probably you're overstepping the mark. Play it safe. I'm always one for playing it safe. Just don't do it. Find someone else next, a neighbour or something like that, rather than you as a staff member, because you could be associated as representing the council. So again, any issues like that, the staff member should talk to the manager, and the manager may escalate it to me. But in that particular situation, I'd probably say a little bit unwise. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Papua Regional Council, you'll be aware, is not required to undertake a poll because they have their own separate legislation, so we may get queries about that. Why is the Whakatane District holding a poll but not the Regional Council? Different legislation. I know that's probably harder for the public to understand, but it is what it is and we can't do anything about that. And that's the legislation that we had to work under for the Māori ward poll.
Can I just make a mention? I was going to say it last time, but I spoke. There was a bit of confusion out there last time, and I wonder if we could tidy it up a bit with the pre publicity on the things. Is that last time some folk thought that if they were voting for a Māori ward member, they could also vote for a local candidate in the general ward too, and when they got their voting papers, there's quite a bit of confusion and disappointment. And I just wonder if leading up to it, we should have a clear, specific thing saying you either vote in one or the other, but you can't vote for both.
Yes. You vote for a councillor and then bracket either general or Māori.
Correct.
Not both.
Correct.
Yep.
But
Simple message like that.
And I know people won't always read all the information, but if that is helpful for them, it would be good.
Yeah.
Just clarity too, because I suppose that was the question that I was asking. Because of the term, when the poll, or if it was to vote no and it comes into effect, I suppose there does need to be information to say that the Māori ward seats will continue for 2028, even if the poll comes in at no.
So if the poll comes in at no, we're already doing...
I mean 2025, that the following term, the Māori ward seats still remain for one more term.
So the poll is held in 2025, so we'll know the outcome later this year.
Yeah.
If the answer's no, we're undertaking a representation review next year, starting next year, therefore removing or not including Māori wards. So if the answer is no, we're not having Māori wards going forward, that decision applies for 28 and 31. So in our rep review next year, we have to factor in no Māori wards.
Yeah, no, sorry, I was meaning that from between 2025 and 28, there would still be Māori ward seats.
In that term, yes.
Yeah, in that term.
Sorry,
Just
yes.
to make that clear, and I think that should be made clear for... Oh, it might be a bit confusing to add that information in, but if the poll was to fail and people go, why are the Māori ward people still there? You know, because we've got to remain there until 2028, until
that's
after
right,
the
yeah.
representation.
We have
I'm just
taken
trying to
that into
plan in
consideration.
how that, you know, because that will create confusion and things like that. Plus also too, yeah, people will say, I voted for you fellas to be gone, but you're still there. No.
It's noted and it will come through in our communication strategy as well, that it's clear and that we have made the decision in August last year to retain Māori wards, and so it will be for 2025 as well.
Great, thank you.
So just moving on to legislative changes,
There's a
Oh,
question
sorry.
over here.
Yeah, thank you, Dale. Just while we're talking about Māori wards, can anybody stand in any ward?
Absolutely. Anyone can stand in either general or Māori, but must be nominated by two electors from that respective area. So if you're standing in the Māori ward, anyone can stand, but must be nominated by two electors from the Māori role for that area. Yep.
So you can, John.
No, I'm not standing.
So legislative changes, I mentioned earlier that there were some changes that occurred last year under the Local Government Electoral Legislation and Māori Wards and Māori Constituency Amendment Act. They were made on the 30th of July. Pretty much the legislative changes relating to the timetable relate to a longer voting pack delivery period. Previously it was 6 days. NZ Post can no longer guarantee delivery in 6 days now because of the scaled down operation. So that's been extended to 14 days for them to get the packs out. We're also giving a longer voting period, another 10 days, 22 and a half days to 32 and a half days, pretty much so that packs can get out, people can vote, and packs can get back in again within a reasonable time, rather than 3 weeks.
Congratulations, you got the right photo on there.
Thank you. Very unique, that one. So that means the process starts early on the 4th of July, and that's the legislation that we've had to work under.
Dale,
No, you go first. Well,
are we getting closer to electronic voting? I see it again before Parliament, and it's a discussion that's being raised for general elections along with a 4-year term. So are we getting closer to it? It comes up, or it's been coming up for the last couple of elections.
Short answer, no. We've been trying for many, many years to have that as an option, not fully, as an option. We were hoping something would have happened for 2025, particularly with the demise of the NZ Post and the whole postal thing and the young generation not knowing what a letter is and all that sort of thing. Not for 2025. The interesting comment that's come out from New Zealand Post is that they can guarantee delivery in 2025, but they cannot guarantee delivery in 2028. So government has to do something. Now, I know that there's been talk of going back to booth voting for local government. We just have to be careful what we wish for with booth voting. I've done some costings, and it's well over double what we're paying for postal voting, even though we've had a huge 100% increase in postage costs. We're looking at 100% or doubling of the total cost if we go to booth voting, because you've got to have all the myriads of, like parliamentary elections, they've got to have myriads of locations and staff and disability access and all sorts of things like that. So if that's the way we go, we have to reassess how everything is done. It'll not only affect the cost, but it may well affect the turnout. Turnout may well go down. The last council that went back to booth voting was Hutt City, I think it was, in the 1990s. And their turnout dropped down to 22% or something like that. So we have to be very, very careful, what track we go down. Ideally, it'd be great to do something online. We do a lot of private elections, energy trusts and that sort of thing, where we have issue by email and receive vote online. Really, really efficient and so cost effective, but we can't do it by legislation currently. Yeah.
Is it a legislative problem or a technical problem or
Legislative. Legislative.
It's legislative.
Yeah. We need the governments on board to effectively change it's actually regulations. The legislation allows for that, but regulations do not. Yeah.
But technically we could easily implement it.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
As I say,
Thank you. My question's not really legislative changes, but I wasn't sure where else it fitted. It relates to the slow postal delivery. In the last election, there was numerous issues raised by voters, and it wasn't just about the slow delivery that some of them didn't get their packs in time, but also I heard a lot of stories about people who just didn't get them at all, or they went to their old address even though they said that they had updated their details. Families where some members of the family got them and some members didn't. So it wasn't just a question of slow delivery, but there was something deeply wrong with how people got matched up and where stuff got sent to. Has that been addressed?
It's really in the realm of the Electoral Commission, who maintain the parliamentary role. And they're doing their role update campaign now. It was scheduled for later in June, but they've brought it forward to coincide with the Maori option. So that started on the 1st of April. What I think some of the problem is that people update their property address, but they forget to update their postal address. And of course, we take the postal address, so the property address may be right, and we're sending it to the postal address, which might be a PO box that they closed 2 years ago, but they haven't updated that, so that's the latest that we know to use. So that could be a reason. Certainly, we're hoping that the Electoral Commission do a pretty thorough roll update campaign now, because yes, there were issues with people simply not getting it because it's the old address or whatever. The second part of that question, of course, is the delivery side of things, and that's out of our control as well. And we asked New Zealand Post for many years, why is it that one member of the family get it on one day and a week later another person gets it, which shortens their ability to vote because it shortens the voting period. No, not really any rhyme nor reason. It's just the way the delivery system works is what we're told. So hopefully with a longer voting period, some of those issues will be ironed out. But if it comes back to the basic fundamental database of the parliamentary role, we can't do anything about that. I have noticed, though, in the roll update campaign that the Electoral Commission are now asking for email addresses, which is a positive sign, because they're now gathering that for our 3.5 million electors with the potential of using that going forward for either parliamentary or local elections electronically.
So just, are you saying that they could email out the voting papers, even if then you drop them off in person?
Yeah, we do that for a number of private elections, particularly where costs are a really big issue. Iwi elections in particular, where they have a good database, they have their email addresses, so we email out their credentials, okay?
Right.
And they go on our Vote Online platform with their credentials, and they can vote in that a secure environment with those credentials. Yeah.
There's also too an opportunity though, they've come out with a draft of recommendations, the electoral reform working group, where they're still open to people or councils or councillors or individuals submitting to recommend electronic voting, whether it be via email. I know that they understand that they are looking at that for non-resident ratepayers who live overseas, in which they, the mail's not going to get to them in time.
That's right.
Where they're looking at some kind of a workable solution there for them to be sent their paper by email and that they could fill it out and then it's emailed back. Similar to what they did with the census as well, by having codes.
Yeah.
But if there's submissions to the electoral reform working group that really emphasise, and if councils are saying this is the way to go, it's cost effective, it means an easier way to engage, then that's going to help form the position paper when they want to look at proposing something for local government legislative changes, because they're looking at the 4-year term for local government as well. So it'll be really good if our council or our individual councillors specifically made submissions to highlight that as a good need. Thank you.
The non-resident ratepayer role would be a good, test case, if you like, but it is very small, 77. As a percentage, it's really small. It'd be really good if we could expand that to everyone, but of course, I suppose it's a small step first, yeah.
Well, there's possibilities of a transition period as well, where we look at those who are on the non-residence role and then also have a shift, a multiple range of solutions until we get to the point of 2028. Yeah.
Or even 31. I mean, there might even be that longer transition period.
Transition period, yeah.
Order of candidate names, an ability for local authorities to determine the order of candidate names between alphabetical, pseudo-random and random. The decision is being made on the 8th of May meeting. If no decision is made, it automatically defaults to alphabetical, and council resolved in 2022 to use random. So that's the decision for this council on the 8th of May, whether they want to retain that or move back to alphabetical or go to pseudo-random. The random order is the most popular within the country. Alphabetical is about a quarter, and pseudo-random is only about 3 out of the 67, so that's the least favourable. So that decision, it's in my paper anyway, for the 8th of May. Chief Executive's role, requirement under the Local Government Act, Section 42, I think it is, for the Chief Executive to facilitate and foster representative and substantial elector participation. So I put that out there in full. That's the exact wording that we have to follow, and that can be achieved through effective communications and an education strategy, really to increase the number and diversity of candidates, increase your voter participation. You can include information about the council's civic awareness, that sort of thing, what it does, its relevance to the community and importance of participation. And I think that last point is really important because people actually still to this day don't know what the council does. They still don't know the difference between this council and a regional council, what does each do. And I think once they understand the relevance and what their rates go for, or through their rent they pay for with the council, suddenly the penny drops and actually, oh yes, I do turn the tap on, I do drive down the road, all that sort of thing. It is important to me. And therefore, if we can push that into translating, then it's really important that you vote, have your say. So we have the candidate information booklet, as I said earlier, coming out end of this month, beginning of next month. That we have a council's communication campaign. Do you want to talk about that?
Yes, I can speak to that. So The steering group for local elections in-house is currently working through a communication strategy that will include civics, education, and a bit of a program to enable staff to get outreach to our further communities. So quite a extensive plan that we are hoping to confirm and approve very shortly, but it will include education around enrolment as well as standing nominations and then the voting, of course.
And linked into that, we are placing more vote boxes in the community. This is something that has been developing over the last triennial elections for a number of councils throughout New Zealand. And it's really because what we call the street receivers, the post box that New Zealand Post have out there have been diminishing rapidly. People might actually get their vote. Where the heck do I actually post it back? So we're now putting the vote boxes or orange bins out in the community in all supermarkets, I think, except Pack and Save, is it? Yeah. Yes, we have to have their permission, and I think Pack and Save has said no. Is that right? Yeah. Which is the logical one as a personal view, but we can't put it in where we're not welcome. Yeah. So we're putting that out over the voting period. We have to be very mindful of security and all that sort of thing where these orange bins go. They've got to be chained and locked. They've got to be impenetrable, if you like. They've got to be preferably under CCTV. They have to be cleared regularly. We don't want anyone setting fire to them by putting something down the slot and we lose a whole, so they've got to be cleared on a regular basis. And of course, on election day itself, they've got to be closed and removed at midday. And I think we're looking at 15 or something across the district, minimum of 15 across the district. So we have to have 15 people at those 15 locations at midday on election day to close them down, because nothing will be worse than people being able to vote after the close.
Dale, this is a first, isn't it, having them in supermarkets?
Correct.
So again, you take your voting papers with you, and instead of leaving them at council or putting them in a mailbox, you leave them in a box at a supermarket. You can't actually, or they don't have the ability to, to me it leaves it a little bit vulnerable that you could say, well, I'm going shopping and, oh, hello, have you voted? No, I haven't got my voting papers. So there's voting papers there.
No,
there won't be, will there?
No, they're simply just a receptacle to put them in. So someone might go shopping, see it there, oh, I'll bring it next week with me and I'll put it in there. They're not manned. So but they are secure, so they're chained, and the lid is locked, and people can just slot it in. So, but there is no staff member. We ask that it be put in the foyers of supermarkets where there's CCTV and that sort of thing, and that the staff keep an eye on it, but that's not part of their job. So we have to just be mindful of that.
Good luck on that one.
Yeah.
So with Pick and Save, that was just the owners themselves that made that decision? Because I've heard of booths being held at Pick and Saves before, other Pick and Saves.
Each one's
towns.
individually owned,
Oh,
and
yeah.
we have to, with Countdown, for Woolworths Countdown, that's in a national agreement, so we have a national agreement with all Woolworths, but we can't have one with Pack and Saves because they're all individually owned.
Oh, okay. What about New World? Was New World, they've agreed?
Yes.
Okay, that's all right.
He's on the community board, so.
Oh, that's right. Were there other, I thought that there was work being done to see if our EV entities were also available for that?
Correct, yes. We've been able to secure, we've been able to allocate 4 orange bins to 4 local iwi. So Ngāti Whare, Ngāti Manawa, Tūhoe and Rangatihi. We've all agreed.
On the same basis as supermarkets. Everyone's treated the same, so that's got to be secure. Can't just, we've had Four Square, for example, say, oh, I haven't got room in my store, can I leave it out under the veranda? I said, well, absolutely not. Not in this district, but absolutely not. So we have to have some certain guidelines, a minimum security that we do not want any allegations or finger pointed that the whole thing was a sham. Yeah. elected member protocols, as I mentioned earlier, the 3-month pre-election period is 11th of July to the 11th of October. There are certain protocols that need observing. So as elected members during this 3-month period, you will be wearing 2 hats. You will be able to continue to govern and make decisions as elected members, but you're also candidates campaigning for re-election. So you just have to be really mindful, which hat am I wearing when you're making decisions. So elected members to clearly differentiate between normal council business and campaigning. And council should not make any significant decisions in the pre-election period. I've had some pushback from some councillors saying we have no choice, we have to make some key decisions on that. So be it. We're just saying our advice is that you should not. There's no big stick to say that you can't. I think the water one might be one of the ones that some councillors are having to make in that period of time. But I do stress you're still elected members right up to election day, so business must be able to continue. You still have to be able to operate and make decisions. But just it's an awareness, I think, for elected members. What I'm saying is that as a councillor or mayor, or is it as a candidate campaigning?
Can I just ask through you, Mr Chair? So we're actually still elected members of the current council right till the 17th or so, isn't it?
The day, midnight on the 17th, you're still paid as an elected member, yep.
So able to make decisions if needed or something?
Correct, yep.
If I can just speak to the elected member protocols staff, we've finalised the protocols brochure, and that will be made available to elected members. We were hoping to do that prior to today, but it will be released over the next day or two and made available to you in Stella.
I just have a question. So if a elected member was to announce their candidacy before that period, can the council, or is it proper whether or not what am I trying to say? Can the council turn around and say, oh no, we can't fund you to go on this council business because you've announced your candidacy?
I think it's a case by case. I think we just tread carefully, and that would be probably a conversation with the chief executive just to make sure that everything is kosher. But it's really geared in that pre-election 3-month period. So if you announce your candidacy now, for example, I think it's just an awareness, and keep it in the back of your mind that you will be asked to wear 2 hats, and which one am I wearing when you make an announcement or whatever.
I mean, like, for example, if it's to represent the council at, say, our GNZ conference or event, could the organisation turn around and say, no, sorry, you can't go because you've announced your candidacy?
I think that's okay, but when it comes to the 3-month pre-election period, then you have to step back and perhaps people that may not be restanding, or chief executive, or that type of person may step in, but it's a case-by-case individual decision, and it may be okay. It may be okay as long as you don't veer into campaign mode, if you know what I mean. You just stick to the,
Thank you.
We'll keep an eye on you, Dave.
Nearly there, second to last slide. So council resources and technology provided to elected members must only be used for council purposes, please. Must not be used for campaign purposes. So if you've been issued a council phone or a laptop or something like that, use it only for council business. Please do not use it for your campaigning. So examples include, as I said, mobile phones, computers, the logo. We've had that over the years. The council's own logo have been used for campaigning purposes. That's a no-no because that's a council resource. It's not yours. Use of the council website, Facebook, communications, emails. I've had instances now where potential candidates are emailing me using their council email address, specifically asking about as a candidate, and I'm sort of saying, first of all, use your own email address, don't use your council one. Even though it's well in advance of the 3-month period, it's still a council resource that you're using that other candidates or potential candidates do not have access to. Premises, vehicles, copiers, use of support staff. You'll all have use of support staff. Just make sure that it's council business only. Do not ask the council support staff to run off 1,000 flyers for you to deliver to letterboxes. That is a big no.
I won't do that, Louise.
And council support staff, of course, are aware of these restrictions as well. So council must not promote, or more particularly, be seen to promote the prospects of any candidate, including current members, in the pre-election period. So it's really, again, what hat am I wearing, particularly in that 3-month period? And we have some good guidance put out by Local Government New Zealand and Taitawara. If you may recall, it was originally put out in 2003, I think, by the Office of Auditor General. They withdrew that in 2015. That had to be taken up by Local Government New Zealand and Taitawara based on the OAG guidelines, and they've looked and endorsed the current ones that are made available now. And Charisse will have copies of those if anyone needs a copy of those. Finally, just some reminders. Specific council-owned sites for election hoardings 8 weeks before election day, so that's Saturday 16th of August, 12:01 a.m, just to be precise, because we have had some issues about when exactly and some tussles with prime sites and that sort of thing, so just be aware of that. Pointless having the signs up after the close of voting. So if you can arrange to have those down as soon as you can after the close of voting, but you do have a legal 3-day period to the Tuesday the 14th to get those down. All election advertising must be authorised, and that's why I emphasise all. So it must be authorised by the candidate or the candidate's agent. So it's just a little statement, authorised by Joe Bloggs, and then you must have your contact details. Previously, it used to be the place of residence. That changed, and now it just needs to be an email or a phone number or something like that, but not something that where you set yourself up to be harassed. Okay, so that's why place of residence was removed, and it's really a contact detail for myself and the compliance team if there's an issue with your signs that we can actually contact who's actually put it up. If it's in the wrong place, we need to contact someone to say, get it, remove it, or the wind's blown it down or something like that to get it fixed. With regard to social media, every post or tweet does not have to have an authorisation statement on it, but certainly your homepage must have that statement showing. All right. I'm not the policeman from all of this. Fellow candidates are the police, and then I soon hear about it and contact you. So please just adhere to that, because it is a legal requirement, and we do have to follow it up quite strongly. Final point there is limit to candidate expenditure. You'll all be familiar with this. You do have a limit on what you can spend in your campaign, and it is based on the population size of the area that you're standing for. So for the mayor, for example, if the population falls within the 40 to 60,000 population figure, then a mayoral candidate can spend up to 30,000. Most candidates don't spend anywhere near the limits, but there is a limit there for a purpose, and that's really so that everyone's treated the same, and you can spend up to that figure, but you can't spend over that figure. And it must include GST. All right, I've had instances where someone in this situation, for example, spent $29,999, and then it was plus GST, and I said, well, you're over the limit. So we quite push the point that it must include GST. Expenditures doesn't include both before and during the applicable 3-month period. The legislation is quite clear. It's not just in the applicable 3-month applicable period, it actually is before, and that as well. And that's really to get around people that might spend up big before the 3-month applicable period and then coast into the 3-month period and spend what they need to spend. That's not the case. It's the total spend in your campaign. And keep all receipts. I don't want all your receipts, please. You need to keep them. If there's a challenge to your form, and we have had them over the years, and the police get involved, they will ask to see your receipts. Keep your form true to form. Don't try and fudge anything. As I said, I don't monitor that. the community monitors that, and if you've spent something and you haven't put it in your form, it'll soon come out and we'll know about it and it has to be added in. As I said, most candidates don't spend anywhere near the limit, so if in doubt, just put it in, is my view. And that's it. That's my wrong picture again. Kia ora.
Thank you, Dale.
Thank you.
Any final questions for Dale? You are pretty good at responding to emails as well, so if anybody's got any questions that they think about afterwards, Dale, I'm sure, will gladly receive them. Any comments, Charisse? You're all good?
Good.
Okay. All right, well, I propose we knock off for morning tea for 15 minutes. Come back here at 10 past 10. You'll be going anyway. Yeah, oh, we'll be back. Okay, all right.
Thank you, Dale.
Well, welcome, gentlemen, if I can call you that. I mean, so we've got, Laney's not here, but we've got Nicholas, Brian, Ben and Vaughan. The floor is yours, gentlemen.
Kia ora tātou, kia koe te koromatua, tēnā koe o te rā koutou katoa, ngā kai kaunehira o Whakatane. For those who don't know me, Vaughan Payne, I'm the independent chair of our places. I've had that role for the last 12 months and appreciate the opportunity to update council and set your guidance on how you feel about the new scenarios that we've developed as part of the Eastern Bay of Plenty's spatial plan. Some key points from me anyway is that we're trying to shift from a regional approach to that localised planning and therefore meeting the objective of having the spatial plan adopted prior to the October elections, which I think has been a really important aspiration of the councils. And you really want to also highlight that any plan's only as good as its implementation, so that next phase of the local growth strategy and really understanding the implications and issues of the identified scenario would be a really important focus of the next triennium. And lastly, want to acknowledge the work of staff and the wider team in accelerating, I suppose, the conclusion of the growth strategy to meet your expectations. So with that, I'll hand over to the team.
Kia koutou. Ben Petch, and I've got the privilege of being the project manager for the Eastern Bay Spatial Plan, and a real privilege to be in front of you again today, and thank you in advance for your time and attention. So I'll give you a quick overview. And I guess one of the key upfront messages we wanted to put in front of you is that we are concluding the spatial planning project a bit earlier than initially planned and moving quickly into a local growth focus space. Some of the key differences are described on the slide here around the Eastern Bay Spatial Plan being regional, looking at a broad growth scenario at sub-regional scale, focusing on key moves, priorities, and having that sub-regional governance approach across the top of it. Local growth strategy, obviously local, and focusing really on unlocking specific locations for development outcomes and community placemaking outcomes. Fundamentally, it's about shifting more quickly into implementation and getting things done, as opposed to further planning and consultation with the community at the spatial planning sub-regional level. We expect further project governance at the local scale, and also to be continuing the conversations that have been begun with the communities through the sub-regional spatial plan into the local space. So a few items we'd like to work through with you today on the screen here. Firstly is looking for feedback across the key elements of the spatial plan to check in on where we landed. We did a good round of engagement late last year and got a quite voluminous amount of feedback from the community, which was really great. So we're looking for you to provide some feedback on the new scenario, some of the key moves and implementation priorities, just checking in with you ahead of these going to the governance group as part of the spatial plan for the governance group to endorse. The spatial plan would then come back to councils across the sub-region in June for final adoption. We're hoping to minimize further change later on by having this early workshop with yourselves. The second part of the workshop is around the purpose, the approach, and timeline for completing the local growth strategy and related engagement. So just a quick reminder, I guess, as to the shape of the work we've done to date across a few years now. beginning back in around 2022. I think seeing the addition of a Potiki district and forming a sub-regional plan late in 2022 into early 23, and working quite deliberately around setting a set of goals in place with the governance group, undertaking some assessments and working up some different development options and leading us into broad community engagement across the sub-region late in 2024. We're currently working to develop the spatial plan. Drafting's quite progressed, but there's still room for you to provide and comments and influence that document as it's coming together. I've already talked you through the adoption process and what comes next, but really looking in 25 and 26 to shift more quickly into an implementation space and with local level engagement. So I'll carry on and just continue through the spatial plan part of the presentation. Then after that, I'll hand over to Brian to take through the local growth strategy. And we've got a few slides, but I don't want to structure this too firmly, so I'll follow the chair's guidance in terms of questions and responses. It's a bit of scene setting in terms of the RMA reform. You'll probably be across some of the recent announcements from government and the intent to change the RMA landscape quite significantly with the introduction of new Planning Act and Natural Environment Act by 2027 is the stated ambition for when those might come to be. The details of that are in development. The existing spatial plans at the time are expected to have a fair bit of weight. There's some indication they may become deemed plans under the new Act, along with existing district plans. So ultimately, the intent as currently described is to arrive at one plan per region with a spatial plan component and a district plan component for each TA. Spatial planning is still expected to do a very similar job around housing and business enablement and also protection of infrastructure corridors and strategic sites. So now I'm just going to take you through the draft new scenario as it stands following engagement. We'll highlight some of the key changes that were implemented from engagement as well as we work through this section. This new scenario is one of the key ingredients to the spatial plan, and it helps lock in the settlement pattern effectively and some of the infrastructure requirements, placemaking requirements, and other things we heard were important from the community during engagement. Quickly, in terms of process, you may recall we met earlier and discussed and then engaged on 3 possible future scenarios, which are presented on the first box on the left there. We took those forward through engagement, performed some additional assessments, and incorporated some of that engagement feedback to develop the new scenario, which is an evolution primarily of the resilient greenfield option, which resulted most favorably from engagement. That again leads us into the spatial plan, which incorporates the new scenario amongst a bunch of other matters in context and comes up with a bit of an implementation plan broadly at the sub-regional scale. At a high level, this slide tells you a bit about the key engagement points about each of the different possible future scenarios. Pretty high level summary, and I suppose in terms of scenario 1, which was the focus on resilient greenfield areas, this one had the broadest support from stakeholders, partners, and the community, in part because it took a structured approach to growth and infrastructure improvements leading to what from some measures would be an efficient approach to development, and had the highest opportunity to avoid certain areas which were seen as sensitive or economically beneficial, like highly productive lands, for example. There were some concerns raised around the degree of change under this scenario in Matata in particular, and other communities which we're concerned about.
I just make a comment about that. I think we're overcooking that comment, and every time we present this, I know at the time when we presented that we may be looking at a town of 1,800, there were 5 or 6 locals that went, oh my gosh, no, we can't do that. And yet as it progressed into the local iwi spatial plan, hui, there's an acceptance that the affordability of a reticulation sewage system there couldn't be met without growth. And I just think that we shouldn't overemphasise that going forward in all the flipping documents, because it just seems to be stirring stuff up. Compared to the people I've been talking to recently at resident associations there and also in the streets, I think there's an acceptance there has to be some growth. So think that comment would go for every town that you talk about. And so I don't know why we're over-emphasising it every time. Thank you.
Can I ask, on the previous slide, it talks about option 1 being the preferred option, but that is not an option that the entire community has ever fed back on, is it? It's just these stakeholder engagements that we've done. Is that where you're getting that from? Not from a full-blown consultation?
In terms of that being the preferred option, at the time we went out for engagement we communicated that from a technical perspective, it was the preferred option out of the 3 that were consulted on. So the community engagement we did undertake had that option presented as one which was probably more technically beneficial and therefore preferred, but looking for feedback
But the community engagement wasn't an engagement with the entire community. Wasn't an entire community survey.
We didn't do a survey with the entire community, but we did do a number of different community engagements, including drop-in sessions and the online engagement as well as those facilitated workshops.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my point is that it's a really small sample of it. I mean, the total number of people that would have come through those would have been relatively small.
And in terms of that preferred option, we didn't have a vote, and that was the one that came out top of those 3. It was, from a technical perspective, that was the one that seemed to fulfil the criteria for how we would assess those scenarios the best.
Yep.
Thank you. We'll come to the question of Matata again in a few slides, and that might speak to the earlier question around that as well. Scenario 2 looked at promoting unserviced rural residential development. There were obviously fairly mixed reactions to that, and some probably fairly obvious concerns about the impact of that to the rural environment, but also some support in terms of rural lifestyle housing options being enabled. Scenario 3, which was looking at not doing too much fundamentally around enabling more development capacity, suggesting growth could take place outside the sub-region, was not very favorably received. So in the context of the spatial plan, we've looked a bit agnostically about territorial boundaries and described 3 broad corridors. And so we have the central urban corridor, which runs from Matata down to Kawerau and across to Potiki, including Whakatane Township and things between. That's where we expect most of the urban growth demand to accrue across the sub-region, and that, therefore, would be the area of the highest change in accommodating new development options. The southern corridor speaks predominantly to iwi-led housing opportunities and economic regeneration, and the eastern corridor up towards Te Kaha and Waihao Bay again, speaks similarly to iwi-led initiatives around housing and economic development. So again, a fairly high-level summary here, but we have arrived at a scenario to inform the spatial plan based on that process described earlier. In terms of the central corridor, based on the feedback, we've reprioritized Awakiri as probably the most important location to begin work on early in terms of enablement for development and community building. Matata is still critically important, expected to see development there predicated around the inclusion of a wastewater treatment plant. And there's sufficient zone capacity, we feel, to enable quite a bit of development within the already zoned areas of the town. So I think we estimated somewhere around 600 units being feasible within the zoning framework currently in place.
So I've got a couple of questions. One in regard to Awakiri, I agree with you, nice place. Some of that area, though, is actually quite low lying and have permanent pumping schemes going all the time on it. Is this study you've done, which is really detailed, thank you, is that based on specifically area where we could develop another community, or does it bring in height above sea level and all that sort of stuff? Because I believe it's quite low there in places. That's one question.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, if you look south of State Highway 2, the elevation and the flood risk, it's all really, looks really good for development.
Okay.
There are parts that do drop away, but obviously those aren't areas that we'll seek to develop. But there are large areas in and around Awakere that do look suitable from a hazardscape perspective as much as anything else.
In regard to your previous map where you had a pointed arrow around that Whakatane area, and the thing was that that's where all the emphasis on urban growth will be. I find that a bit interesting because Whakatane is just a little coastal road, really.
It's probably not so much Whakatane is where Opotiki would look to grow, but up Whakatane, up on the golf course, that's the area that they're looking at as a growth area.
I actually agree with your prioritisation. Awakere, last time I looked, is about 18 metres above sea level. I don't know if that concords with what you think. And it's also only 11 kilometres from Whakatane, which is the hub of the district, versus 23 for Marata, which is a big difference in travel, cars going around, which is something we should be trying to limit as much as possible. But anyway, so I do agree with that prioritisation. Thanks.
That's a question. Just in regards to the coastal eastern and rural southern corridor, and the eastern coastal rural southern corridor, and it's good to see that the iwi housing aspirations and mahi that they've been doing has also fed into this plan. By being part of the scenarios for the spatial plan, does that mean that investment or some resource will be set aside to support planning in regards to infrastructure for those housing developments?
Where they're needing it, where that's a requirement. And some of that primarily might be around road and resilience,
yes,
particularly up the coast.
Yeah.
But it does show that there are aspirations there for development, and that therefore that supporting infrastructure should be in place. It's hard to sort of talk about specifics without having one on the table, but a lot of them might be have their own water and wastewater systems, so it's not like a big fair water systems required, depending on the scale. But long story short is that yes, because they are reflected in the spatial plan.
Okay, no, that's good. I just wanted to make sure that by having them put in the spatial plan to say aspirations, and that it also means that they would be able to gain support, should they need it with roading and other parts of infrastructure. Thank you.
Lainey.
Morena Tato, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
I'm on leave, and so I'm in the library in Auckland, but I'm trying to follow the conversation. And I just wanted to make an observation that shortly you'll be hearing from Brian Patchett to talk about the kind of implementation of how the spatial plan might be able to unlock those specific areas that are identified in the scenario. And I just wanted to kind of give you that heads up, so that some of the questions about the sort of how of the specifics, he'll really be able to drill down into once we get to that part of the presentation. But I think what's really great is to see that this part of the presentation identifies those key moves and the kind of direction that we're looking to go in, and then some of the how should become clearer as we go through. Just thought that might help.
You can put your hand down now, Lainey.
Carry on, Jeeves.
Thanks. There being no further questions right now, I'll carry on. I did want to highlight the planning work to date in the spatial plan, and what sits in the new scenario has been well informed with the regional council and their consideration around natural hazards. So we have been working very closely in that space to understand the processes and also the risk profiles at a preliminary level for these locations. So when we put it on a map, it looks kind of like this, and I'd encourage you not to get hung up in the scale of the dots because they're not too scientific. The larger ones do indicate a bit of a larger growth pattern, but they're not strictly scaled. Some feedback I've had at other workshops, just heading off a question there. So fundamentally, you do pick out that the spatial plans validated Awakiri is a high priority for development planning. Looking east, Whakatane has been reproven as a really great spot for a Potiki to be focusing in terms of encouraging additional development and undertaking planning. Further eastwards up from a Potiki township, there's some really just generally indicative blue dots there, but that's indicating the degree of economic intent and activity currently underway alongside some aspirations for Papakanga development to support iwi's aspirations up the coast. Karo, you guys know what Karo is and the opportunity there around the Putaki Industrial Zone. That continues to be quite important at a sub-regional scale and possibly even beyond. One thing this does highlight overall is the degree of interconnectivity within the sub-region and also the reliance out to the Port of Tauranga and other ports such as Gisborne. So ensuring that transport network that does underpin that, particularly the state highways, are resilient and continually available for that purpose is quite an underpinning motif in the spatial plan. Nicholas or Brian or Vaughan, do you guys want to add anything to this?
Just a question on the potential residential of Whakatane. It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to have a residential development right on the coastal inundations. We're trying to pull away from the coast. Just trying to understand that. Why is that a potential development site?
I can talk to that. That came about through the engagement. We had some submissions from the land trusts out between coastlands and the golf course around Taiwhakaia area, and they've indicated they've got development aspirations for that area. Whilst it is coastal, it's actually the dunes are fairly elevated, so it has good coastal elevation, and it does adjoin existing urban areas. So we are exploring that further with the trusts, and we have to do engagement as well with iwi hapu. But if that is something that they want to do, then looks on face value as good potential, and so we want to support that. And that's essentially what this is saying.
Oh, that's the Kawarehe Trust in that development. That's Kawarehe Trust in the development.
It's like Paoa Lands Trust, Kiwinui. There's a few. There's about half a dozen, I think, from memory.
Thank you.
Thank you for the questions.
I probably just want to add to that in terms of the change with Awakiri and Matata, it's not saying no growth at Matata. It's just really indicating probably a pace through the engagement and having a closer look. I mean, the residential zone at Matata is actually quite large, and whilst there's about 260-ish homes there at the moment, just within the residential zone, there's probably capacity for somewhere between 600 and 700 homes. So that's without doing any plan changes, essentially subject to having the infrastructure in place. So having a wastewater scheme would be needed to enable that. But it's also got it's highly fragmented in terms of the land ownership. There's lots of different landowners in there, and so to move growth there at pace is probably quite a difficult thing. So it requires that engagement and working with landowners as to aspirations. So we actually think it will just probably take a bit longer just to work through really the landowners' aspirations and trying to enable that development. A lot of it's Māori freehold land or former Māori freehold land, but not all of it has trusts in place. So there's just some things to work through with the landowner. So it might just take a little bit longer. By contrast, Awakiri has got a couple of quite large landowners that are keen to get underway really fast. And so, given the need to find additional land for residential development, it becomes quite important to have areas available that offer development at scale quite quickly, because we are getting quite short of land, or of development capacity, I should say.
Morning, gentlemen. Just almost wanted to go back to Councillor O'Brien's point about going along from Coastlands through to the airport down to Thornton. So I'm looking on the Regional Council hazards map for tsunami, and I know the tsunami risk can be variable depending on the size of the earthquake that's going to occur. But all that area, all the way up to Pāro and Edgecombe, is all in the get out of the blue zone. So if we were going to be consenting or doing developments all the way along there, aren't we asking for trouble? Whereas Kiri and Edgecombe, in far as that hazard goes, is in the safe zone.
It's probably it's a matter of looking at the risk and the how frequently it's likely to occur, and then what the appropriate response is to that. So, in terms of the larger tsunamis, they're predicated on around a 1 in 2,500 year event. So, not very likely to occur. You're pretty unlucky if it occurs in your lifetime. And then thinking, well, what's the response? And if we've got good tsunami evacuation plans in place, that may be appropriate for. I don't want to do hazard planning right now, but I'm just trying to use the example to make the point. A response to that could just simply be to have a good evacuation plan. It could be quite different if it's in a flood zone from a river where you expect it to occur, I don't know, 1 in 50 years, say, or even less, where it's going to frequently be inundated. The response there could be quite different, as to not to look to grow in those areas, but to look at areas where that wouldn't happen so frequently. So,
I'm just also looking at the active faults line. I mean, I'm guessing that we're going to be making decisions kind of mirroring up some of those expected risks, and then looking at the variability of how often it's going to occur.
Yeah, that will be, and that will be something that we'll need to look more closely in through the local growth strategy as we get into the detailed planning. But at a high level, these look okay. Relative to other areas, I guess I should say, in the Eastern Bay, because we do have a few hazards.
Just a supplementary, the reason I'm going on about it is because insurers aren't going to insure you. So we might consent subdivisions and new developments, but the homeowner won't be able to get insurance. So I'm just thinking, I know you're at this level, and insuring a house is at this level. We don't want not to be able to enable that.
Yeah, certainly, and there is that more detailed planning to come, and that's, there's a lot more work to be done to flesh out some of those details. Yeah.
Thank you.
When you're talking about risks, those calculations are based on historic events. They say how many times has an earthquake happened in the last 2,000 years. But in a scenario where things are changing, in particular extreme weather events driven by climate change and exacerbated in regions where there are particular microclimates, and I'm thinking of Matata here, it's had 2 debris flows in recent times, and that area seems to be an area where there is a sort of a microclimate, so they get these rain bombs. I think those things, how do you assess the risk on that? I mean, we know that with some reasonable certainty that the climate is changing, and so we know that whatever's been happening is going to happen faster. We can't do much about seismic issues. They're, like you said, they're fairly relatively rare in the whole country. If you look at a seismic map of our area, it's just fractured to hell. I mean, even right through this town. But that issue of microclimates worries me, and exacerbated by extreme weather. But anyway, It's only guesswork.
And so all things that we'll be looking at, yeah.
Okay. My question actually was following on from where Leslie and the Mayor were coming from. Again, this is what's held us back so long in the spatial planning, is that we are a district that's either escarpments or river plains, et cetera, which have held us back from development. Again, I look at the coastlands area and especially all the freehold land out from the airport. And I mean, we've got infrastructure basically at the doorstep there that doesn't involve a major look at with Whakatane with regards roading networks and what have you. And to me, again, yeah, you've got coastal inundation, you've got tsunami, but also in Edgecombe you've had earthquake and what have you. So again, that I would have thought would have been one of the easier to go to areas.
Yeah, I mean, it looks quite good, which is why we are continuing to talk with those landowners about, their aspirations and
Right,
liking
so it's
that.
not
So
only Maori ownership land involved.
no, it's almost all Māori freehold land. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Can I just ask a question just around that development there? So it is touching on what everybody else has said. But if there is support for those things to go ahead, are there mechanisms that can be put in place that mitigate, if they're going to build, that there's certain restrictions or things like that to mitigate them being safe or in some way safe? Because at the end of the day, the council is left holding the baby if the baby drowns and a disaster happens, because we issued the consents for that development to go ahead. So, in part of that development happening, are there precautions or, mechanisms that can be put in place that says that, whether it has to be built on certain things, so that it is still looking after those groupings of whānau or land trusts who are wanting to build because they obviously have a need, and that's great and it's a great outcome for the council, but wanting to make sure that that they are going to be obviously safe, and also too to mitigate the risk on us as a council, and also mitigate the costs of insurance or non-insurance if insurances decide later on it's too much of a high-risk area to not insure them. Are there mechanisms or things that have been considered as part of the spatial plan to help support that?
Yeah, so it's been informed by that natural hazards planning, and what those hazard areas are, but it does come down to things like, the risk and what's the likelihood of an event happening. But as we progress through the local growth strategy and some of the more detailed planning, then that natural hazard, the information we've got on natural hazards is an important part of what that looks like in terms of what development could happen there.
I just want to make sure that we're not blasé about people.
Yeah, no, certainly. Yeah.
If an event was to happen, or it was sort of like, oh, well, they were told there was some risks,
Yeah.
I mean, like if we're putting this into plans that we're producing and we're putting out there to government and other agencies, we don't, we want to ensure that there's mitigations in place that are still looking after whānau.
Yeah. We're well aware of that. I mean, I wear a couple of hats, as you're aware, and I'm very keenly aware of any, civil defence issues. So, yes.
Thank you. Just looking at that map, I remember some conversation a while ago about Te Teko as a potential development area that's not suitable, I guess.
It wasn't so much it's unsuitable. I guess it was similar in some ways to like Te Agro, Te Teko or Awakiri. One looks better. And I guess coming back to the natural hazards discussion, we're quite keen to avoid being too close to big rivers, just because they do flood, unfortunately. And so that's a big reason why we'd look to go to Awakere instead. It's just the hazard escape is a bit lower. Yeah.
Can I just go back to the question around mitigations for hazards? And we've talked about some of the hazards that are, I suppose, irregular but can be quite extreme. And then at the other end of the scale, we've got gradual hazards like erosion. And we might remember when Ohiwa in the 70s, the houses falling into the ocean, and then we've had a period of accretion where the beaches come back, and some of those landowners have decided to rebuild on their titles, and the Portuguese District Council said you can rebuild, but they've required some monitoring for those landowners, and there's an agreement that should erosion occur past these particular points, that the landowner will take their house away. So there's various mechanisms that we can use around buyer beware or builder beware, and avoid the sort of council holding the drowning baby at the end of the day.
I support that about buyer beware, and harking back to what the Deputy Mayor was saying, I've got a recent article from The Guardian. It's titled "Climate Crisis on Track to Destroy Capitalism, Warns Top Insurer." The climate crisis on track to destroy capitalism, top insurers warned, with the vast cost of extreme weather impacts leaving the financial sector unable to operate. And the major insurer is Allianz, which is the biggest insurer in the world. And when it comes to evaluating risks, they're pretty good at it. So the idea of having people say, you want to build near the coast? We know what we know, you don't want to listen? Go ahead, knock yourself out. But if it goes down the Googler, that's your problem. Because insurance is going to be essentially non-existent.
Yeah.
So I think that's something we really need to consider. Thank you for your comment, Vaughan.
Not sensing any other questions. I might go to the next slide.
Keep going.
So just wanted to highlight some next steps, and obviously the local growth strategy for Whakatane District is a big one, which will be part of the next set of slides as part 2 of this workshop. Upcoming district plan review, and the other 2 districts as well undertaking district plan reviews. Pautiki District's Whakatane Development Area and Kauro District's Progressing Stone Park Development. So just a sense of what some of the projects are underway already or soon to be. They then carry forward the conversations we've begun with the community through the spatial plan. So switching gears slightly, draft key moves, and I'll just describe these at a high level to you and look for any feedback you'd like to provide. Key moves are the long-term strategic things we'd like to focus on to deliver the goals that have been set for the spatial plan. They've been prepared based on engagement feedback, a series of decision-making principles that the governance group has endorsed, and as I mentioned, the goals, which I'll put on the screen in a moment. They identify processes or outcomes that support achieving the goals over time, and are intended to provide enough detail to guide other implementation processes outside of the spatial plan. Fundamentally, we have the long-term overarching goals and the key moves, and again, those are fairly high level, but drop you down a layer of detail into what it is we might need to do or how we might need to do things, and then implementation priorities sit under there and start to form into actions past that point. So this is what we've arrived at in terms of key moves, and in relation to achieving the goals are presented on the screen there around healthy and healing, sustainable, diversified economy, providing jobs and purpose for our people, and connected, thriving, resilient people, communities, and places that reflect our history and aspirations. So fairly broad, fairly aspirational, if you wanted to read them that way. And the key moves start to shape what it is the spatial plan expects to be focused on during implementation. The first one's around collaboration. What I'll maybe do is just talk you through these briefly and then look for any feedback. Collaboratively shaping the future of the Eastern Bay. That's through iwi partnerships, continued working with stakeholders, and also the formation of a governance group following the adoption of the spatial plan that will look after the spatial plan's implementation and future updates, focusing on things that are sub-regionally important for the outcomes sought through the planning processes. Second key move is around maintaining the strong and effective iwi and hapu partnerships that underpin the goals the spatial plan prescribes. The third one focuses on climate resilient communities, building those for future generations, taking a long-term view, which is some of the discussion I've heard around the table today around the natural hazards, and taking a broad perspective on the feasibility and implications of those. The next one links in strongly with the sub-regional economic development strategy, which is to develop a prosperous, high productivity sub-region to improve well-being. It picks up on the key themes of development opportunities outlined in the sub-regional economic development strategy around aquaculture, green energy hub in Karo, and Whakatane is the, see if I can get this one right, social and residential heart, I think it was, of the Eastern Bay. The fifth is probably quite self-apparent. It's around housing and business land to unlock economic development and provide fundamentally places for people to live, stay, and to provide choice to attract talent into the Eastern Bay. One of the key constraints identified through the sub-regional economic development strategy was around needing housing choice and good options for people who want to stay and to move into the region to work in the local economy. 6 was a theme that came through really strongly through engagement around great placemaking and having that as a cornerstone of any of the future development planning areas. People were obviously interested in the future shape of the places, which is a level of detail the sub-regional plan can't quite get to, being sub-regional, but where the local growth strategy can really strongly pick up that conversation and bring it forward. 7 focuses on connecting people with opportunities and freight to markets. Underpinning this is an obvious focus on resiliency of the transport network, but also ensuring future planning for the transport network focuses on enabling the growth areas that have been outlined through the spatial plan, linking in with national land transport investment programs, the regional land transport plan, and those sort of investment pathways. 8 is quite an important one around improvement to biodiversity and ecosystem health. There's obviously a strong desire from the community from a policy perspective, and strategically important around developing these areas that biodiversity and ecosystems are a fundamental consideration. I think with some of the new standards in place in regional plan, for example, and in the district plans, some of the newer community designs are more likely to be effective in terms of achieving that. Sometimes it's easier to start with a bit of a blank slate and look at what you want to do and work towards that. 9 brings forward a discussion around sub-regional funding priorities, which wraps up some risk components in there as well in terms of development feasibility and the commercial viability of these areas. So ensuring there's a really clear monitoring framework in place around population change, which does travel up and down and affect the demand for housing in some of these locations as well. So ensuring the governance group is able to help shape investment planning on the basis of that. I can leave it there and open to any feedback or questions.
Let's just repeat something that I've said within the context of the governance group. And I've been complaining about not having hearing about a plan for 5 years and never seeing one. It's important to have a plan. It has to be something that's internally consistent, and it has to make sense. You take on board all the assumptions and the data and the information that you have at the time, we come up with a plan. When that data or information changes, the plan can change. So once we've drafted this plan, do we have a plan to review the plan every so often, or in response to new information and all of that? Is that built in or?
Short answer is yes. You'd expect us to be prescribing some recommendations that the governance group or a governance function sits across the implementation of the plan and receives regular updates, whether it's annual or biannual, in terms of some key metrics around population change, economic change, and other matters that are related to what you might want to update, with some key trigger points around RMA reform, potentially needing to review the plan after national election cycles to make sure you're still on message with where the government's heading. Yeah, a few other factors like that.
Lainey?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Victor. And I'm really sorry I can't be in the room today. And also on behalf of my colleague David, who isn't also in a fit state to be in the room right now either. And I can't see from my little picture if Steve is there. But just on that point around adaptation of planning going forward, because you're absolutely right, it does need to be flexible, it needs to be reviewed and fit for reshaping as we go. And I think that's partly what has led to this shift in approach. And I don't think Steve would mind me acknowledging in this forum that the way he is actually referring to this piece of work now is a spatial picture, because this scenario that Ben and Nicholas have shared so effectively this morning really does kind of cast the blueprint for us to roll through into that implementation of the growth strategy, which will be very grounded in the now. It will be adaptive, it will be flexible, it may have a slightly different governance system that sits across it. I just wanted to note that that kind of is part of the reason that we are making this approach, and that Brian will talk to some of the how of that transition in just a few slides' time. So I'm certainly not trying to diminish the importance of it, but I'm just trying to highlight that that is kind of the journey that we're going on with this morning's presentation.
Thank you. Go.
I guess for me, one of the bigger points is that if we have satellite communities, which I'm all in favour on, because I prefer villages of communities rather than big cities, is the public transport aspect. For us to be looking at Awakuri and Matata, and I understand why, because they're on the south side of State Highway 2, which is eventually going to be underwater, all the rest of it. And I know that Matata went up 2.5 metres in the 87 earthquake, and I assume that Awakuri is high. So if we are looking at that, it is about the connection of these communities through public transport, etc. I guess. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it's come up a few times in different forums around the connectivity of the communities, and particularly for public transport purposes, and something we're quite aware of in the planning. And yesterday we were presenting to the regional council, and there was some discussion around ensuring that the right projects are put into the RLTP to enable the outcomes we're looking for. Certainly public transport services would be one of those considerations. So I think we're going to switch into the next segment of the workshop, which is local growth strategy. So I'll happily hand over to Brian to run that through for you.
Kia ora koutou, ko Brian Patchett tōku ingoa. I'm leading the work as we move from the regional conversation into more local focus. So what I wanted to do this morning was talk you through a little bit about what is a local growth strategy, what might be in it, how might we tackle it, and what's the timeline for doing that work. And as was the case with Ben, very happy through the chair to take questions along the way. I just wanted to start by kind of making a few points, I guess, on this slide. The first one is that the spatial plan work has been very much, as Ben said, looking at that regional scale, thinking about the growth pattern, about where growth might occur, where it might be suitable for growth, the key moves and priorities. And in some ways you could think about it as being the piece of work that's thought about the why, the where, and some of the what, those key moves. And now what we're moving into is a conversation about how, when, and with who. We're still thinking about the what as well, but we are kind of accepting that the spatial plan has given us a fairly good picture of where growth and change can occur, where it's appropriate to think about that. And now we're asking the question, how do we actually make that happen? When do we want that to happen? And with who do we want to work with, and who's best placed to help us do that? And I think the reason that's really important is that changing the planning settings is just part of what needs to happen to be able to enable growth. You've got to think about funding and financing, you've got to think about partnerships, et cetera, et cetera. The other thing, just picking up on something the Mayor said earlier, is just reflecting that planning is more important than the plan. So the plan's important because you do have to have a product that you can refer to, but actually it's the process and the conversations and the engagement and the ongoing relationships that will get you somewhere. And I think there was a reference to this last week when the project governance group met, and one of the members said the magic is in the doing and the delivery. And I fully endorse that. I think the magic is in working together and making things happen. So I just wanted to touch on those things on this slide. And probably one other thing before I move on is just recognising that a growth strategy as opposed to a spatial plan is thinking both about where and how you make growth happen, but also the kind of growth and some of the kind of qualitative outcomes, the kinds of housing that you might want to see. So it can get into things about affordability, the types of typologies of housing, how do you make sure that employment and housing are linked, how do you think about how people move around the district. It can get into more than just this goes here, this goes here, this goes here. So that's important part of a local growth strategy. So just building on that, what I want to do is talk you through kind of what a growth strategy is, what's in it, and where it fits into the sort of architecture of planning, delivery and implementation, how we're proposing to undertake the work, and a timeline. So the first point I guess to make is that this is quite a common way for districts and cities to tackle this kind of cascading of planning, is to have a spatial, regional scale planning process, and then sitting beneath that to have a growth strategy that is district or city specific. And I've just put a few front covers on the slide there just to illustrate that there are other places that have done this kind of work. And one of the great things about that is there's quite a lot that we can learn from in that work, and frankly that we can copy some of the good stuff and learn from some of the lessons where it hasn't been the right thing to do. But the purpose of a local growth strategy, and what it does, is that it sets out how the kind of housing, business and employment growth, those social priorities, the infrastructure delivery and the environmental activities all come together to try and move the district forward in terms of its goals, the kinds of challenges it has and how it wants to address growth. And as has already been discussed, it helps the council kind of get ahead in a way of some of that growth and change movement that's happening in the policy space, resource management reform, but I would also add funding and financing reform, some of the changes that are being signalled around the role of local government, and also the whole question of incentives that's being discussed by the government around how to incentivise councils to get more into the delivery of more housing and urban development. So I think there's a reason for the council to be getting into this so that it's well positioned to have a view before it all just gets done to it, so that it can have more of a dialogue as those reforms roll out. And then the other reason for having a spatial plan and a local approach to growth is that council's not the only player in this space, and in fact the majority of the capital that gets invested in a district to make change and growth happen comes from the private sector, comes from iwi and hapu. Council has a part in this, government has a part in this, but there are many other players, and what a lot of those other players are looking for is a bit more certainty, confidence and visibility of where the council sees the future of growth and change being in the district, when that's going to happen, what role it's going to play, how it wants to build those relationships. So this document and this process becomes a way for the council to make clearer to its partners and the other investors and the other stakeholders in the district how that's going to play out. And that's really critical and important. One of the things that, people thinking about investing their own money and time want is a bit of certainty about what they can expect over time. And when I say investors and partners, I'm absolutely thinking about iwi and hapu as well, who are now, very important parts of both the economy and also of the future of housing and urban development in the district. Please, if there are any questions. So, what's in a local growth strategy? There are sort of 6 things that, when you look across the growth strategies that other places have done, there are 6 kind of pieces to it. One is a story about growth. So pulling through the work that's been done in the spatial plan and then making that more district specific and really describing what has been the growth journey of this place. And by that I mean right since the arrival of waka. So at a very high level, what has been the journey of growth and change over this place over that 1,000-year period, and how's that what's the value of that in terms of being the foundation for what we move forward with? The second thing that it might describe is the critical kind of challenges and opportunities and what's really challenging us to think differently. And so again, bringing some of what's come through the spatial plan into this, but also bringing in some other dimensions as well in that qualitative space about some of the qualitative challenges that we're facing, whether they're things around the insurance, what's going on with insurance, the ageing population, the challenges of young people who are not in education, employment or training, all the things that shape how the district might grow and change that we really need to think hard about. It speaks to these key growth locations. So the spatial plan has said to us there are certain parts of the district where we think growth is appropriate, but the next step in the process is like, how do you unlock that? Who do you work with to do that? And so if I take the example of Matata, the spatial plan has said Matata is a suitable place to consider growing significantly, but how do we do that? And who do we do that with? And who is the partner there? And who leads that conversation? And we had an interesting meeting earlier in the week with Leith Coma and Francis from Ngāti Rangitihi, talking to them about that very issue, and the fact that if you look at Matata, a very significant amount of the land that could potentially be developed for housing is owned by Māori trusts or by Ngāti Rangitihi or by other entities associated with them. And they are clearly a very, very important partner in any kind of future thinking you might do about how that place grows and changes over time. And so in the case of Matata, the next steps might be to work very closely with those partners and the community.
Hi, thanks, Brian. I've just got a question in relation to some stuff on this slide. So our last census is 2023. The next census isn't until 2028. The 2023 census information and data has been drip-fed. How are we meant to make meaningful sort of decisions when we can't really measure our growth from the census?
I guess we can only ever rely on either what is in the census to date, the data we have so far, and then we can, one of the ways that people deal with that question in other places is either by using projections that have come through from Statistics New Zealand or others. Sense partners do projections, but also you can do some sort of scenario thinking, which is if the district were to grow by 10,000, how might it deal with that growth and where might it go? If the district was to only grow by 5,000, where might it put those people? So I think you can use a combination of the data that we have and some well-considered scenario thinking.
Well, we already missed the last round. Back in 2015, we were a stagnant community. Yep. Between 2015 and 19, we reached our 2040 projections.
Yes.
I mean, it puts us in a really awkward place, and it also limits our private partnerships if they're looking to some reassurance of where we're actually heading, because we might go through a decline.
Yes. Look, that's a challenge, and in fact, one of the growth strategies that I had up on the previous slide was from Horowhenua. Horowhenua had exactly the same experience. So Horowhenua, like Whakatane district, had 2 or 3 decades of static population growth. and then over the last 5 to 8 years has grown massively off the back of movement out of Auckland and Wellington because of housing prices, and also improved transport linkages into the kind of metropolitan area of Wellington, and was really caught on the hoof in terms of its infrastructure provision, its social services provision. And so that's actually partly what drove them to do a growth strategy, was to say, actually, we've got to think about what is the scenario if our district continues to grow at the pace it has been growing for the last 5 to 8 years, but also what would be our scenario, how would we deal with a slowing down of growth again. So I think we have to recognise that we can't have a crystal ball and know exactly what the future holds, but we can describe, if we continue to grow at this pace, this is where we would expect the growth to need to be directed.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm not trying to shoot the messenger, but, we're still not receiving 2023 census. This next one's in 28. We're not going to receive any meaningful stuff if we're lucky till 2030. And it just, I don't know whether that's a local government, New Zealand advocacy thing that we need to be talking about, trying to getting that finger on the pulse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, though.
Yeah, I mean, just perhaps one final comment is that, I've been involved in this kind of work for some time, and population projections and understanding population growth is just fraught and very challenging.
Shamabil Ekwab was in this chamber saying, don't try and predict growth. So, I mean, we've had it drilled into us, I suppose.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's a bit elongated, this one, but I agree with what the Deputy Mayor's saying, that when we came in, our population was going to drop and we were almost going to be empty by the end of the century, and then all of a sudden it went up. But then when you look at the whole migration figures for New Zealand, it could go down again and all that. So my thing is what road do you follow? Like, obviously, Horowhenua was a very sleepy little town within. It was almost dead in its doorsteps.
Absolutely.
And now there's this massive subdivision going in just to the south of it. And I don't know, I presume it's a private subdivision that's been promoted by the council and probably because their spatial plan. And there's thousands of houses going in there. But you also look at a place like Rolleston, and I had a daughter buy a house there a few years ago, and so I've followed it with interest. And when I was down there a while ago, I went on a bus tour through the LGNZ conference I went to. And it was really fascinating watching the mayor actually describe that. And it was obviously when the new subdivisions were going in, when they're 80% full, they just ring up the farmer next door and say, okay, it's your turn. And obviously there'd been a really well planned out space. But as we were driving back out of Ross, and he says, oh, by the way, we own that farm there and this farm. And my understanding is when it was originally set up to be a town, Jim Anderton had a lot to play in the fact that they secured bits of land for them for the future. So going with, this is where my question's coming in, sorry. Going with what the Deputy Mayor's saying and the Mayor's about how hard it is to judge it, what is the modern trend? That a council, through its spatial plan, will say, if that's where we're going to go, the council should look at purchase that farm to subdivide it to then allow the growth there, or do you just stand back and you bring in your spatial plan and direction and all that sort of stuff to allow private people to develop it? What is the current trend in that?
I don't think there is a correct, there's not a right answer to that question. I think what I would say is that councils have a range of tools available to enable growth and development in their districts. And if you look across the country, councils do everything from rezoning their land and nothing else. In some places, councils buy large tracts of land in advance of urban growth demand, and then they're able to benefit from the value uplift when that, that demand means that they can sell it into the private market. In other places, councils have a CCO that builds houses, particularly new typologies that haven't been seen in a place before. So Hutt City, for example, has a CCO that builds houses, and what it's focused on is building affordable houses and then selling those into the market the council doesn't seek to make a profit out of that, but it covers its costs. Now, I'm not advocating for any of those positions, but I guess what I'm saying to you is that there's a whole range of ways that a council can seek to influence the outcomes around urban development and housing. And part of what a growth strategy allows you to do is have that conversation about what are the levers or mechanisms that this council might be interested in doing, without wanting to suggest any particular one. But all of those things are valid approaches that a council could take, and other things as well, inclusionary zoning, all sorts of other things.
I'm glad that you mentioned costs, because it is a major consideration. We have vacant sections stone's throw from where we're sitting now, and getting people to actually come and build on them. I mean, Steve and I have been involved in some conversations around these empty spaces. So we're looking at greenfields we can't even build where the infrastructure already exists, let alone building new infrastructure out 10 kilometres from here. And then we talk about affordable housing. Well, what does that mean? But $800,000 for 100 square metres, so that the developer can actually make a profit out of it because of the extraordinary land prices and obscene cost of building materials in this country. So I guess if we rezone land and make more land available, that'll improve the supply side, which might reduce the costs of the actual land itself. But then there's the issue of actually being able to build in a cost-effective way, which we have problems with, because as I just said, we're talking about big plans, but we can't build a stone's throw from here today. Might change tomorrow, but today that's the problem we have. I'm glad you mentioned costs.
Just around, and just looking at Horowhenua, so just last week they just looked to rezone one of their areas so that they could build 500 homes, which is awesome. So, to have those kind of mechanisms in place because of the plan that they had. And they've only just recently updated their plan from 2023. And it's really good to see in their plan how they've aligned it to what the current products were that were available, which you've shown in the graph and in the presentation, so that we can keep on the ball with what products are available to be able to best, fulfil the plan. One of my questions really is around, I suppose it'll do with the building process and stuff, but we know that our area has heavily contaminated land and toxic sites, which ultimately become a problem later on in the future. So, I wonder, as part of this growth strategy and things like that, is there any investigations, or has there been wider consideration of that? Because if we don't want to put all this money and resource and planning into saying, oh, these areas are going to be opened up, these areas are going to be, and then we get down the track and we find out that it's contaminated land or soil or anything like that. I mean, Whakatane, obviously, it's not a good thing to say, but we do have heavily contaminated or where toxic waste has been dumped.
So in terms of the information that informed the spatial plan and some of those overlays that we got, we did use the contaminated sites information that the regional council, they've got a layer showing those known sites, and so that was used to inform the spatial plan and informed what areas we'd look at where we're growing essentially. So short answer is yes, they've been recognised that those sites are there, and we're not looking to develop them.
Thank you. That's good.
Within the governance group, I've been making quite a big thing about the overlap with the health dimension. I don't know if I'm ever going to see anything on health here, but the hospital we have down here in this town is the biggest employer in the district by far. Yesterday I found out that the magnetic resonance imaging unit that we were supposed to have installed by November is sitting in a crate in Auckland still, because they found a fault running underneath where the instrument was supposed to be installed. So now we need land. Well, we have a plan. Where on this plan can an MRI unit go? An important key industry for this district and sub-region, because we're the only hospital in Eastern Bay of Plenty, is here. So maybe you want to think about that, and hopefully I don't have to ask again. Thanks.
I guess just one comment, that certainly in some growth strategies in some locations, they speak to the question of a healthier community. That's one of the objectives that some of them have. So you can see, for example, on the top right there, that's the 8 objectives for the Hutt City growth strategy, and the 8th one is create a greener and healthier city. So that's not just the health of the environment, that's the health of the people as well.
There's many dimensions to the health dimension.
Yep.
But I guess we're talking about health infrastructure is what I was referring to.
Yep.
And this hospital, which is probably set to expand. As you talk about growth, probably the hospital will grow, so we're looking for other places for that too. And the other part of the health dimension I was looking at was cancer incidence rates in our district, to see if there are hotspots, which sort of comes to the discussion on contamination, but unfortunately Ministry of Health won't give me the details on that one for privacy reasons. Thanks.
Shall I keep moving? Great.
Please.
So just quickly, so the other things that you would expect to see in a growth strategy are some of those big strategic moves that you, shifts that you want to see in the actions that you'll need to take to do that. And those are in there to help shape the subsequent decision-making that you as councillors would make around where you invest, the choices you make around your district plan, where you choose to prioritise your time and energy in terms of the partnerships that you want the council to work on. So those are important. They build again on the key moves that come out of the spatial plan. And then the final pieces of the growth strategy, and a reminder, this is still a succinct document. This is not intended to be 200 pages. This is 30 or 40 pages that is really sharp, directive, and has aspiration in it, is to have a sort of a story around the infrastructure investment that needs to happen over time in the district to support that growth and change, and then a sequenced implementation plan. So let me move on. So question, where does all this fit? There's a lot of moving parts here. Where does this one fit? So really the stuff below the line is just what I wanted to draw your attention to. So you've got your goals at the very top, you've got your spatial plan, and then you've got your local growth strategy. It's actually those are providing direction to what do you prioritise in terms of investment and capital projects through the LTP, your financial strategy, your development contributions and levies policy, your property strategy, your revenue and financing policy. All those things are shaped by the kind of big directions that are set through the spatial plan and the local growth strategy. How are you going to regulate land use? That's your district plan review and zone changes, and linking that into the resource management reforms that are coming through. And then who's the council going to prioritise to partner with, to collaborate with for future investment and leveraging what the council can do, what others can do, whether that's regional deals, whether that's the Regional Investment Fund, collaborating with iwi, the private sector, other local governments in the region, etc., etc. So, this is part of the sort of cascade of decision making and prioritisation that leads eventually into where does the money flow to, who do you work with, and how do you regulate what people can do with land to both incentivise things you do want and disincentivise things you don't want. Moving on. How are we going to do this work? Well, firstly, we're going to build on what people have already said. So the idea is not to relitigate the work that has already been done through the spatial plan. It's not to relitigate what the community's already told you through the long-term plan, through the climate change work that's been done. It's about drawing in all of that feedback that we already have, all of the data and insight that we already have, and then start with a set of targeted conversations with iwi and hapu partners and stakeholders, so that we really drill down into the how, the when and the who with, and we're really moving the conversation forward in terms of moving in the implementation direction. And it's about drawing on all the technical work that we already have. It's about doing that in an iterative way, so we're building the plan as we have the conversations, and it's absolutely reflecting the direction that has been agreed to and set through the spatial plan. So that first circle and the second circle are things that we expect to have completed this side of the election, and through that next few months there would be at least a couple of points where we would workshop and have conversation with you as the governors of this work and the direction setters of this work, bringing back what partners and stakeholders are saying, and then post the election, we would go out for formal public consultation on a draft local growth strategy, and the exact timing of that is to be determined once the new council is in place and we've had an opportunity to do a post-election briefing on where we're at with all this stuff. So my expectation, and the expectation that Steve has, is that this work would be completed and we will have a final local growth strategy this time next year.
Yeah, I've got a question, Brian, thanks. So first quick question is this, do we have to go out to consultation?
No.
Okay, so the follow-up with the second question is, what do we expect to hear from the community that we haven't already heard? Because they're wanting us to get on with it.
That's an excellent question. So that's why, at least through to the election, we won't do any widespread public consultation. And I think the question that we would ask of you when we came back to you just before the election or just after the election would be, do we need to do any further public engagement, or can we just get on with it?
Yeah, but new people will just inherit what's there. Yeah.
And the other thing I would say is that we're not waiting to get through this process to start having the conversations about moving things forward. So we're already having conversations about matata, talking with Ngāti Rangitihi. We're already having conversations about awakeri. So it's not a kind of either or. It's not, well, we can't do anything in the kind of implementation space until we've got this. These things are all moving in parallel.
Just to add to that, what you'll find is that when you get to the district plan zone changes, and as a council, it'll be the next council, all going well, is that in order to make those decisions meaningful and to gain traction with your district plan zone changes, having that early community engagement about how they want their communities to look, where they want the development to occur, and whether they want, for example, light commercial, light industrial houses, different typologies of houses, whether they want it to be open to them, all of that conversation sitting next to the evidence base. And you've got the community consultation and the evidence base. It really helps build a compelling case for any district plan changes that the council might vote for. Because as soon as you make those district plan changes, then you'll just get a raft of legal challenges. And your ability to be able to defend any decisions you've made are based on the inputs that go into the decision-making process. So, and back in the old days, when I was doing this a long time ago, that community side wasn't as important, but actually today in those decision-making processes and those reviews, evidence-based plus really strong community position and views is important.
Thank you.
Just very quickly, a couple of more slides. Just to repeat, our intention with our conversations this side of the election with iwi and hapu and other key partners and stakeholders is not to repeat conversations we've already had, but to move the conversation forward. And we obviously want to continue to build that long-term trust and relationship in the engagement to make sure that, as I said, the planning is what the focus is on rather than the plan. Finally, just a timeline, which I've already alluded to. So there's the spatial plan timeline, the adopting of the spatial plan sort of by about June, I think, is the timeline that is being looked at. And then in that May to August/September period, having these targeted conversations with key stakeholders, for example, a group of the developer community, the Chamber of Commerce, environmental sector, social sector, and then through that period probably a couple of touch points with councillors to make sure that you're having your opportunity to shape the direction that the work is heading. And then with the incoming council in probably about November, a briefing and a decision to go out for public consultation on a full draft of the local growth strategy, and then with the intention to have a final strategy available for adoption around about March. That's it.
I was just going to throw in parallel to that, just so you're aware, if you went back a couple of slides and you had all those grey boxes right down the bottom, which is the stuff that needs to happen inside a council in order to enable this stuff to occur. There'll be a number of parallel work streams, for example, the district plan, and there'll be workshops on water strategy that supports growth and any potential zone changes in a district plan, transport strategy and a few other bits and pieces. And as you go through that process too, we start having the funding and finance conversations and talking about things like development contributions. And that's in preparation for reviewing the revenue and finance policy ahead of the next long-term plan, and where that bar may sit in terms of whether it's, on the private property purchases, the cost of development contributions, or you're having a sort of general rate and where you're putting the line. So quite a few parallel work streams on top of this.
All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen. And I guess we'll hear from you some other time.
Your Worship, can I make one more comment? And I think that it's been really positive to see the three districts working together, because the well-being, I suppose, of all three districts is inextricably linked. And I think there's a question about making sure that wherever each council ends up in terms of the scale of their development, the type of their development, that there's some visibility amongst all three partners so that you don't end up in a competitive environment and you continue to collaborate as each council works through its local growth strategy. So just something to consider in the process going forward as well.
Thank you. As you know, with us moving through this process, do we get to have a peek in or understand what it is that they're developing, so that we have that, awareness of what's happening in their particular areas? Or that is part of it, isn't it, with Whakatane and stuff like that? But wouldn't they have things that were more specific to them, or this whole spatial plan is for all of us, is the same thing that they're getting?
Yeah, I think at the moment there's good visibility at a conceptual level between the three districts.
Yeah.
It's just working out how to maintain that visibility amongst all three councils as each council gets into more and more detail. And that's probably a question around the governance of, do you still want some sort of governance view across all three districts, or let each district sort of do their own thing going forward?
No, thank you. Just wanted to say thank you too for your mahi and what's gone into that, and hopefully that we do have that group or whoever's going to be governing over this plan to be able to champion our districts, or all of our districts. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We could knock off for lunch for half an hour, but there's a chance that we can move forward the airport and the district water strategy So let's nominally take half an hour, so come back at 12:15, providing you guys can actually advance your... Was that, or do you want to stick with the timetable?
To see if I can come now.
Oh, now, okay. Yeah. It probably is, but
I think the cold stuff's out, but they don't bring the hot stuff out till we freeze.
we'll take our lunch now, come back at 15:15, and then hopefully your team is ready to go.
Kia ora tātou. Today we're just presenting this presentation on, and it's termed the Governance and Structure Review of the Whakatane Airport. I think it's probably worth just getting a little bit of background information as to why we're looking at this process right at the moment, and just trying to put a bit of context around the work that we've been doing. So, as we're all sort of aware, the airport has historically underperformed, and to the tune of $3.5 million since 2018 are the total losses. Half of those losses have been carried by the ratepayer. So it's a significant underperformance that we need to address. And I guess we've just got to the point where we have to change something if we want a different result. And I think we'll go through a lot of the details of the presentation very shortly, and Bevan and Kristen and I will speak to those. But one of the main things we've come back to was one of the main reasons that the airport has been able to get in this position is because there hasn't been any dedicated oversight to the airport. And so it's kind of just fallen in this crack where it's just continually underperformed. So in 2018 it lost $250,000, and the financial year of 24 it was just over $700,000. So it's progressively getting worse, and I guess as a collective we've sort of come to the line in the sand where we need to kind of address that. And having dedicated oversight is the first step in trying to correct that. What form that takes, we don't have any preconceived ideas, but we need to have a dedicated oversight of the airport and its operations. So I don't know if my colleagues want to talk before we start going through the slide, or do you want to?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair. We share that loss with the ministry?
Yes.
Yeah, we're in a 50-50 joint venture partnership with the Ministry of Transport.
And just on the ministry there, I mean, that was one of the triggers that started the thought process. They're becoming increasingly alarmed as well, understandably. Yeah.
They still owe us money, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, Bevan might be able to talk to that a little bit shortly, but those long-standing issues are being resolved at the moment. So, we expect that to be resolved, in the sort of short term. They do go back to 2018, so the sooner we can get on top of that, the better.
Thanks for that, Mark. So just to provide an overview of the direct purpose of this workshop, we're just seeking your buy-in to undertake an assessment in this area. And later on, you'll see slide 12 has a number of assessment principles outlined that we're seeking your feedback on. So we've just outlined a high-level agenda for yourselves there. We just want to ground ourselves in the current state of the airport to give yourselves a flavour of what we're talking about. Talk to a number of factors which I guess are leading us to this review, being the adoption of the master plan and some changes to governance. And then we'll talk to, I guess, the purpose of our review and some proposed principles and next steps. Also happy to take questions as we go. So Mark has touched on some of this, but we are one of 5 joint venture airports in New Zealand with a joint venture deed signed in 1961. So that's together with the Ministry of Transport. In principle, it's a 50-50 agreement, but we do provide some additional capital for other items and also some non-aeronautical revenue. It's worth noting that we are a CCO as per the Local Government Act, but we're governed and managed internally. So CCOs have different structures. It just means it's council controlled. It doesn't actually specifically talk to a type of legal structure. So internal is not neither right or wrong. I think it's just worth highlighting that, but it's just one of the things that's worth testing as we go along this process. The legislation for CCOs requires that we develop an annual statement of intent that's agreed to by the shareholders, being Council and the Ministry of Transport. In terms of current structure, this is one that Mark might like to bring to life a little bit as well, but obviously it's quite a convoluted structure for the airport, in which there's no direct board that reports to both shareholders. And I guess there's no avenue for direct communication between the joint ventures. That's a role that Mark tends to play in sort of joining up those conversations. With Mark as the Chief Executive there, as you can see, reporting through to the Infrastructure and Planning Committee now. This was formerly the Commercial Advisory Board. And noting that, obviously the committee covers a wide remit of activities and then reports through to Council. Is there anything you'd like to add, Mark, about how that structure works practically?
No, not really, other than to say that the relationship that we have with the Ministry of Transport is quite almost non-formal in a way, other than the deed, obviously, but communication with them is quite not really a formal process. So, the Whakatane Airport JV is almost a hypothetical type entity at the moment.
And I think what the structure kind of forces is like a ground-up strategy from staff through to governance, as opposed to the opposite way, given that there is no sort of joint board on behalf of both shareholders.
So what did the Commercial Advisory Board actually do? Because we did have them in place.
The delegations were pretty limited, so it was almost an FYI type relationship, really, where we just informed them of what we were doing. They would have some suggestions and some feedback on that, but there was no strategic planning or sort of direction given by them. So it wasn't governance at all.
There was no authority?
No.
I think we have a slide that talks
provides
that.
advice.
Yeah.
So why did we support a model like that if they were just watching things and not doing anything?
Well, I can't speak to why that was in place and why we continue to use it, but I guess, it's just so happens that we've paused the cab, but I mean, I guess that's the one of the reasons from an airport perspective why we find ourselves in this position, because there wasn't that strategic direction, that governance or that oversight. So yeah, how that transpired and why we continue to use it, I can't answer that.
Okay, thank you.
The Commercial Advisory Board was set up some time ago in the council delegations as a committee, and my understanding is at the time it was established, which would have been for the right reasons, it was to start trying to have some sort of arm that had more of a focus on commercial activities, and there were a group of things put into that Commercial Advisory Board that it would oversee. I think if anything, it was probably a step in a particular direction, but all that ever happened was one step, which was establishing the Commercial Advisory Board. But there are councillors here that might have been around when it was established.
Just an operational snapshot that Mark might like to speak to. Airport's activity. One stat that I found personally interesting was that actually 85% of the movements at the airport are through non-scheduled flights. And there are a number of aeronautical leases, but there's also a number of grazing leases that operate out at the airport.
What would they bring in terms of money?
We can jump to the next slide if you like.
Oh, okay, no.
Sorry.
Regular passenger transport, yeah.
I just had one question as well. Are the aeronautical leases just the hangars, or there are other things?
Yeah, no, those are mainly hangars. Yeah.
Hangars and yeah, fuel operators and things.
No, you-
On the hangars, are they leasehold, or is it, so it's just the building lease on council land?
Yeah, council land. So, yeah, we lease the land.
We lease the land.
They own the buildings, yes.
So what did you say the RPT was?
A regular passenger transport?
So the unscheduled ones, fixed wing, that's huge. Does that mean that they just drop out of the sky and no one's expecting them?
No,
That's just those are just private operators.
mostly flight school stuff, is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Scenic flights, flight schools, things like that. Yeah.
So basically, scheduled RPT is airline movements. Yeah. Number of
Correct. And
movements.
passenger numbers is at the bottom there through air chats.
To include the tours, like the helicopter tours as
Yeah.
well?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Correct. In terms of a financial snapshot, and I think this is probably largely why we're having this conversation today, as Mark noted, the airport has been underperforming for a long time, and the Ministry of Transport is also increasingly dissatisfied with status quo. You'll note, obviously, the deficit line at the bottom there, which has been, as Mark said, slowly increasing over time. We share that 50-50 with the Ministry of Transport, and our revenue has been sitting around that 200 mark for a while. A lot of our revenue comes in through non-aeronautical leases, which is the grazing leases that we talked about previously, with landing fees and aeronautical leases making up the balance. I don't know if Bevan or Mark has anything further to add.
No, not really. It's sort of self-explanatory, I think.
Yeah, I think if it was humming, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation. This is a key area that needs some attention and focus.
Why would the expenditure be half of what it's been in the previous years?
It's
That's
So it's on
February.
part year. And depreciation hasn't been booked to the P&L yet, which will be about 130,000 on top. So these are all questions we've worked through in preparing the slide, but it's not going to be a good forecast for the end of the year either.
In terms of what's driving the increase in expenditure over the years as well, my understanding is that corporate overheads and insurance play a large part of that.
Right.
The thing that strikes me is that it's not just that there's an annual loss, but that the loss is much, much bigger than the actual revenue. So like the margin is, it's a massive margin of loss to revenue.
Can I just say, so just to clarify, so $3.5 million, we're in deficit with the airport.
Since 2018.
2018. And I'm not sure if we're able to discuss it in this, but the demands from Air Chathams and that's on top of what this is. Is that right? They're wanting to, does that come into it or?
Oh, no, these are operating losses.
Yeah.
So that conversation sits outside of that. Yeah.
So we're dealing with the $3.5 million loss, as well as having to deal with something separate, which is a service provider or company wanting specific things from the council to support them.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Just a reminder, it's a public workshop, but you're okay. I was keeping an eye on it. You're all right.
Last year, elected members adopted the Whakatane Airport Master Plan, which was largely underpinned by wanting to move towards financial sustainability, which is a goal that Ministry of Transport is largely behind. I pulled out the strategic goals of that master plan, and number 2 and 3 have a large focus on getting out of the red through revenue diversification and improving oversight. So I guess our assumption is that having signed up to that, we're wanting to see that executed, we're wanting to see that fulfilled, and there's an appetite to turn things around. I guess it's worth noting that those are goals that all airports that we've spoken to along this journey have as well. Non-aeronautical revenue is going to become critical to get a financial foothold for airports.
Can we receive some detail on each of those expenditure and revenue lines at some point? Or have we got that further down in the pack? No.
No, it's not further down
At
the
some
pack.
point, I wouldn't mind seeing what comprises each of those line items.
Yep,
We
we
can
can
make that
certainly
available.
do that, and you'll likely see it through an airport annual report processes.
Thank you.
So with that master plan being adopted, Mark and his team have developed the work program over 25-26, and you'll see these line items that are largely focused on revenue diversification. So it's quite a large program of work to test some additional revenue streams for the airport and to turn things around.
Yeah, and I think the non-aeronautical revenue streams, as Kristen has sort of alluded to, is, there's some really fundamental thinking around the airport, and do we need an airport? Yes. Although you could test that, and if we do, then how do we make it at least wash its own face? And so, given our population growth, which is modest, and we've seen with the airline industry how fickle it is, it's unlikely that we're going to be able to generate the revenue through aeronautical fees to support the airport. So we have to look outside aeroplanes.
Can I just ask if you have any background information on other airports, provincial airports around New Zealand that actually make a profit? You do? Is it normal? Do most of them operate at a loss, or are we just unusual?
There's a number of models. We've spoken to about 3 joint venture airports to date, as well as New Plymouth Airport that divested from the Crown. It was previously a joint venture airport. They are now operating in the green. They've moved into a full company model. Most airports, if they are operating at a profit, it's through non-aeronautical revenue, such as business parks and things like that.
Okay.
Yep.
Couple of questions, please. Firstly, the paid car park, is that a realistic, what's it going to cost to install something along those lines, and what sort of revenue is it likely to bring in?
We haven't done the work on that, and to be honest, it's just sitting there as almost a reminder, because obviously we've got an airport that's struggling to get going, so we're not about to impose parking fees on an airport when we need to be encouraging growth, not sort of discouraging it. So that's why it's just sort of sitting there as a not started, and we may never do the feasibility work on it yet. It's really just a reminder to look at it.
Okay.
Yep.
And my second question was, we bought that, a couple of hectares of land some time ago now that we intended, or we were looking at developing. Is that gaining momentum? Are we looking at some related industries that could be located out on that land?
Well, I think the initial, my understanding is the initial intent of that land was to be used for hangars. But there are a couple of complexities that have come up as we've looked into it. One is there's a paper road that sort of runs between that piece of land and the operational area, which would need to be realigned, because obviously you can't have a paper road through an operational area. And the other consideration is the remediation of the land itself. So at this point, the thought process is, before we spend too much time and effort and money on realigning a paper road, is that we be sure of what that piece of land could be used for in future before we invest in, you know, $40,000 or $50,000 to realign a paper road.
Sure.
So, and that falls into the bottom line there, which is non-aviation development. So when we get to the point where we start evaluating the rest of the usable non-operational land, that parcel would be would fall into that then.
Okay.
And we would reassess it then.
The other part of that question was with regards to those that have been after hangars out there for some years now, and there's been some thoughts that the space that we're proposing for that to go is not suitable. Does that align with what you were saying with regards to that paper road?
Yes.
It does?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Is there any air freight comes out of Whakatane?
It's pretty minor. We've had this conversation with Whakatoia before about some of their live, I think they were live mussel exports. But that hasn't really gained any traction. And I think further down the track there could be, you know, more discussions in that space for sure. But that's a much wider conversation that involves a whole lot of agriculture and aquaculture type industries.
I was thinking of like co-location of processing next to a freight, outgoing freight, you know, potentially.
Well, that's one of the thought processes is, you know, if we're going to build sort of non-aviation stuff, maybe it could be cool stores or that sort of thing. And those would sort of be the scope items that we look at in those sort of, you know, development outside of the operational area.
I just think my last, sorry, Councillor.
Sorry, Kristen. So just the solar farm, is the thinking that we'll build and own it, or is it just the land we're going to lease?
So we've kept there was 3 or 4 main scope items with the solar farm, and we didn't have any preconceived ideas around so, and it largely depends on the size. So we don't have a thought around that, but what we've asked through the feasibility study is that they come back with, is the solar farm, can it generate revenue? And if it can, obviously the funding and the surplus that it'll make, and then the ownership and management model. So obviously there's quite a few interested stakeholders, council, the public, mana whenua, and there's other private investors as well. So we just need to sort of boil all of that stuff down and just see, firstly, is it viable, and then we can look at the options around ownership and management of it.
So do we have to seek permission or get alongside our partner to do this sort of stuff, or can we just do it and...
The joint venture partner? Because it's non-aeronautical, they're aware of it, and I brief them with it or not regularly, but because it's non-aeronautical, they don't really have any opinion on it as such. I mean, obviously, they would like the airport to be self-sufficient because they'd like to eventually divest out of the airport. And so they're interested from that perspective, but they've made it quite clear that through that avenue, there's no interest in funding or anything like that.
Yeah.
So same with the hangars and stuff?
Same with the hangars, yes. Yep.
I had some inquiries from what was a property development company, but they've got into the hydrogen business. They were looking for a chunk of land. So I looked into it a bit, and it seems that, I mean, that airport land is designated coastal marine or something?
Part of it is, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not easy, it would not be easy to rezone it for industrial activity, is that right?
I can't answer that categorically, to be honest.
Yeah, well, that's what I was informed. It's actually quite difficult. It would be difficult to do, given its present zoning. But anyway, that's critical if you're looking at alternative potential uses, you know, or other activities that could occur there in addition to the airport.
when I was in Europe, I saw quite a few airships. No one uses them here, do they? There's no airships in this country.
An airship?
Yeah.
No.
You know, like a inflated
Yeah.
with a motor.
Yeah. No.
I was surprised because I saw quite a few, and I was surprised.
Yeah.
It's a very efficient way of moving freight.
You haven't,
Yeah. Yeah.
you haven't had any interest or indications that there are EV that might need the airport in the future? Because they want to invest in the space in place around here? No indications?
We speak with iwi and hapu quite regularly on this, and in fact I've just organised another briefing for iwi to go over the master plan and solar farm and stuff. But at this stage, the thinking is that irrespective of the ownership of these entities or these activities, we need to understand whether it's viable. And then once the viability of it has been established, then we can look at partnerships. So we're still at that first stage. Can it make money, really? Then we can sort of...
And as Mark said, the feasibility study should answer questions, financial and environmental and geotechnical. So
Yes.
that should all fall out of it.
Yep.
That's a cost to us, isn't it, that feasibility study? Can we pass that on anywhere?
No, that's a cost to, that's a cost to
How that's
council.
been handled.
No, that is 100% cost to council, and that's one of the other reasons why we want to look at formalising some structure around the airport, is that the further down this master plan road and the purchase of that land for development is all outside of the JV. And so we want to create a structure that effectively captures the equity that council's putting in, which is additional to the joint venture arrangement.
Just in regards to the example with Far North District Council and the
Can you
iwi.
speak into the microphone?
Oh, sorry. Just in regards to the example with Far North District Council and the Kaitaia Airport, where iwi have taken over ownership of the airport, and the government provided, $5.5 million to be able to support the airport and upgrades. Has there been any sort of look at that case and, if that's actually improved, what were their status? Were they in debt a lot? Is it an option? I don't know. I'm just saying that there's been an airport that's been purchased by iwi in a sense.
As part of this review, we haven't looked at that case particularly, but we could absolutely contact and have a conversation with that airport. Yes, I think as far as we're aware, our airport is the second worst financially performing joint venture airport in the country. So we've probably got a long way to go before we're at a stage where we can have those discussions or have those ideas, but yeah, happy to look into it. I guess jumping into the meat of the conversation here, in terms of governance, the Whakatane Airport reported to the Commercial Advisory Board, and we've touched on, I guess, a number of those limitations of that model, mainly being the lack of delegation and sort of an oversight role as opposed to really governing as a board of directors. I guess critical to that conversation as well is there was no specific aviation expertise, and I guess moving into this stage of the master planning where property development and revenue diversification is key, that side of expertise also wasn't present, leading to sort of that staff-led and executed strategy situation. As we know, that Commercial Advisory Board was disestablished earlier this year, and staff were directed to find alternate or future governance arrangements for the functions such as the airport. The airport now reports through to the IPC committee. Similar limitations, obviously, though, there is the delegation that sits with that committee.
I guess part of the problem was, if you just stick with the present structure, limited as it is, without an actual plan or some ideas over what things could be done. There's no decisions to be made. But that plan is taken, I mean, the airport master plan's been circulating for 2 trienniums at least, and when I got here it was already in a draft form when this triennium, so that's gone slow. But what are we, what would IPC decide if there's nothing on the table to decide on? I guess that's my question. But now we're there with the master plan, we're getting there.
Just if you think about a company, for example, who's responsible for driving some of those key strategies, and it's generally the board. So the board are the ones that are saying we need a strategy on this. These are the key outcomes we want to achieve. This is what's critical to the organisation. The commercial advisory board didn't drive that process, and that's what we're highlighting, is that it was really operating in a vacuum, and so the staff are driving that and then bringing it through.
With input from council.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I think, just to add to that, for me, the essence of this discussion here is if you want things to continue as they are, you probably leave them as they are. But actually, if as a council you want things to change, something needs to change. And I think that's the thing. Maintain, change, and where do we want to head?
And I think there are, it's not one solution, so it's not a standalone board necessarily that's going to correct this. I mean, this is part of the work that we want to do, is actually see what is the most effective and cost-efficient way that we can achieve that goal.
Yeah, I think.
No, I wasn't arguing against or for anything. I was just saying this is where we are, but at the moment we haven't nucleated any these good ideas to make decisions on. I mean, I've got investments in ASX companies, little bits and pieces, but they're all run by professional boards, but half of those companies end up going bust. A professional board isn't automatically road to financial success. Most companies fail. But yeah, anyway, just looking at it from different perspectives, I'm not trying to give any preferences for anything.
I guess I just want to be really clear as well that a company isn't the only available model to us. I think there's a range of internal permutations that could, meet the needs at hand. So we'll have to go through the assessment and see, pros and cons of each. Which leads nicely into the next slide. Given that context, we've got a master plan that needs executing. We've had a change in governance and reporting lines. I think that really leads us to this review point. And this is the proposal that we've put forward, which is to endorse us to go and assess an appropriate focused strategic governance and structure for the airport with fit-for-purpose expertise that facilitates the number of those bullet points below, including better health and safety, risk oversight, and that agile strategic direction that is continuous even when personnel change and when there's council training and NM changes as well.
Just in regard to that one at the top, which currently reduces ratepayer burden, I mean, adding to the deeply philosophical statement that our chief executive just made about if we want to stay the same, we leave the same. If we want to change, we change. I think that's actually quite a good statement in regard to one point that Councillor Tenstall's brought up, is that at the moment it's bleeding. I mean, for the amount of debt or loss is 3 or 4 times greater than the income, I think something has to change. And also, I think if we separate it a little bit into a management system that's not what it is at the moment, then we also wouldn't be getting the emotional pressure from some airline groups to subsidise their business. And so to me, that professional run might even open it up for more opportunities that we aren't considering at the moment. And so I think I like where you're going on that. Okay.
Thank you.
So, Mr Chair, I think following on from that, we need to make sure that that group had some teeth because it's going to have to take a hard line there, really, isn't it, to actually reduce those deficits. So I guess is that in the delegations or something like that?
That will be assessed alongside a number of models, I guess a spectrum of, I guess, autonomy can be put forward. This slide just talks to the key considerations. Obviously, we are a joint venture airport, so we're going to have to take the Ministry of Transport's views into account, and we have an ongoing relationship with Taiwhakaia Ngāti Awa as mana whenua and recognising the history of the land. Being managed internally and governed internally is not necessarily a bad thing, it's not necessarily a disadvantage, but we're just wanting to test that. Audit has ongoing recommendations for us, however, that we should manage the airport from a financial perspective at least as separately as possible, how those costs lie, and have it as transparent as possible. Hopefully this reads a little bit better on your screen than it does up there, but these are the proposed principles for assessment that we have developed. So what we're proposing to do is develop a number of different models to bring forth to you at our next conversation, and using these principles to test their appropriateness. I think a couple of key ones in there are obviously the dedicated governance oversight, the ability to have optimal operational flexibility, and there are a couple of principles in there that will require us to go away and get some specialist advice, such as tax efficiency and being financially sustainable in light of the airport's current financial performance.
So this isn't what we got now when you talk about governance structure, this is your wish list for a future organisation.
And this is what we want to test different models against and see how they stack up against these principles. So part of the conversation we wanted to have with you today is, do those principles sound good? Is there anything missing? What are your views on those criteria that we've developed for discussion?
It's maybe captured in governance oversight, but one of the things that I've always thought is the governance needs to have a really long-term view about aviation as an industry, given the carbon-constrained future that we live in. I would like to see whoever it is really mindful of those long-term future trends and how those are going to impact any airport operation.
We can definitely weave that one in. We've put, let me try and find it back there, one in about trying to maintain that sort of long-term view in isolation of political and personnel changes, but we can massage it to include that perspective as well.
I think that's an interesting comment, and I think it's one of, if you're looking for positives, it's one of the positives that we have is that we're small enough and nimble enough to be able to make those adjustments, and I think we've sort of signalled that with some of the work we're doing around the solar work. We've done a little tiny weeny bit of work on hydrogen as well, because that's likely to be in the mix as well. So those thoughts are already happening, and it's certainly, we don't have the inertia that other bigger airports are going to have in that space. So, definitely an opportunity.
I mean, I guess I can repeat, I'm sort of repeating what I said, but one thing is how you govern what it is. The other thing is, what is it? I mean, this is a chunk of land on which the airport occupies, it's 60 hectares, the airport occupies, what, 10? So what are the value propositions? What are the business ideas that can make this thing a profitable enterprise? And so we've talked about the solar, which should pay back quickly and generate revenue. The hydrogen, well, I had hydrogen people come to talk to me, but looks like that land's not viable, but that would have been a huge business. We're talking about they were talking about exporting ammonia from New Zealand, so they're looking for places to do it. It might not have been appropriate, but I guess when you're talking hydrogen, you're talking something else. You're talking about hydrogen for aviation fuel. They're talking about electrolysis and conversion to ammonia as an export commodity for making fertiliser. But that's big business. I mean, these people were big players. Those are the ideas you need, otherwise nothing to govern.
And
A piece of land.
I think, Mayor, you've just demonstrated the need to have that high-level governance, is because at the moment that strategy's been driven from basically these seats here up, and that needs to be top-down thinking and strategy, and that's because if we don't think of something and we don't bring something to you, does that mean it doesn't exist?
No, that's right. I mean, but the idea could come from anywhere. It could come from anywhere in the district.
Yeah.
Idea that could be represent a value proposition vis-a-vis the hydrogen or whatever. Yeah, but yes.
I guess the opportunity is to be able to draw in experts in this kind of field to be able to.
So how much of that 60 hectares is the actual airport? It would be 10?
Defer to Mark on this one.
Roughly?
I can't answer that off the top of my head either. Yeah, the whole operational area.
That's a question. I mean, is there any consideration, that might be far out though, to see what the value of the airport is if the council decided that this is going to, be a long burden for a long time? Is there a consideration to look at the scenario of if the council sold it?
I don't have a mandate to have that sort of thing.
No, I'm just, it seems like a far out option. Just looking at to go back to Far North District Council, but in terms of the whenua that the airport is on, if the airport ever ceases to be an airport or its uses, so like, for example, if it was to shut down and no longer have planes, there is some things in the Ngāti Awa deed of settlement in which the land is to be offered back. And, similar to what happened up north, because Air New Zealand had pulled out and the airport was looking like it was going to shut down, and then iwi sort of stepped in which the iwi would then purchase back the airport, and the council currently leases it off the iwi, but still operates. Sorry, just random idea.
My view is sorry.
I was just going to suggest, a lot of that is really good thinking, strategic thinking that a good governance board would bring to the table to discuss. What are the implications of certain things happening or certain scenarios occurring, and acknowledging the conditions and how we acquired the airport land and what are the responsibilities of it. So I think, some of that you'd start to think about who are the board. It could be part of your appointment process as well.
I think the board would be able to develop good thresholds and triggers to have those conversations as well, like at a certain level of financial loss or performance. What does that look like? And again, I think when we look at the structure, what we land on throughout this process might also not be the forever structure, and they can recommend the right points to have discussions about how that evolves going forward as well. Just touching on a bit of advice here from the Office of the Auditor General on CCOs. They just highlight that there is no perfect model really, and that a CCO can hold a number of forms, including legal structures, but is most successful when it operates at arm's length from the local authority. However, it goes on to note that you have to really do an assessment of the pros and cons of the model against the intended purpose of the organisation and the stakeholder interests at play. If you're interested, there's a link there to some really good advice and reading on CCOs more widely. So I guess that leads us to whether, is there an alternative model? And as you'll note, this slide has a whole lot less boxes and lines than the first one we presented to you. And is there a fit-for-purpose governance that can sit nicely between the Ministry of Transport and Whakatane District Council to drive the right conversations, force accountability in conversations where they need to be had, and make Mark's life potentially a little bit easier and more straightforward? Just wanted to quickly touch on what the Ministry of Transport is thinking in this space. I guess to summarise that, I'd call them agnostic. They're wanting to see something different. They're wanting to see some kind of formal structure put in place, but they're open to seeing what we come up with. They do, however, desperately want to see increased financial sustainability, and they've been open about their appetite to divest at a suitable time. So through this process, we'll weave them into our conversations and our thinking. But I guess it's also worth considering that we should also front foot a change in their position, like make sure that we're ready in case their appetite for divestment changes along the line. We don't want to be caught out at any point.
So do they want to have an increase in, they want to be increasingly involved in governance?
Yeah, so my take on their position is that while they want to divest eventually, for now they're wanting to get more hands-on, right, to move us towards financial sustainability, to help us get on our feet before they, ultimately leave it to us.
So does that mean if there was a, kind of an independence governance that they'd want a seat at that table, or they thinking in terms of, so if you think of, the diagram you put up above, Ministry of Transport, Council, and then a governance, would they want to be involved in that governance entity, potentially?
It's possible. We've kind of had a little bit of mixed feedback on that regard. There is a number of ways they could be involved, though, depending on the model. It could be that they are involved in the appointments panel to place someone on the board, or it could be that they're wanting to appoint someone directly onto that board. I noted that actually there was this conversation happened about 10 years ago with MOT, and they declined to place someone onto the board. Yeah. They're sitting there waiting for a proposal from us, essentially.
In the event of us not having a commercial airline flying into Whakatane, but still operating private flights, etc., what was the level of involvement the Ministry of Transport would have then? Because our levels drop, don't they, considerably to what they have to be for a commercial regional or provincial airport. You want to talk to that, Bevan? Or?
Yeah. If you lost a regional passenger transport service, as we did when Air New Zealand removed its services, we would open a dialogue with the Ministry of Transport. They would want to know what we're aiming to do, whether there are any opportunities, just like we did with Air Chats. So they would be open to trying to solve the issue over a certain time frame. But at some point, like the Masterton situation, they would back out of the joint venture arrangement, because it is about providing a regional airport that supports regional airline transport. So I think at some point we would be left on our own. I don't know what our grace period would be around that, but we do we've got a couple of scheduled passenger transport services at the moment. So our eggs aren't all in one basket right now.
But like, as I said, in the event of that, would we still be allowed to have recreational flyers using the airport?
Oh, yes.
We would.
Yeah.
And it would also reduce the level that we had to maintain that airport in the way of lighting, seal,
Correct.
runway, etc. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, you'd look at how you're operating the airport and who your users are, and adjust the operations of that facility to support that.
Thank you.
Are you concerned about the volume of movements an airport can handle? Because I'll just give you an example of how big you can get.
Me personally?
Yeah.
No, I was just looking at the loss, looking at the possible options that Tony suggested with regards to EV and what have you, but looking at the loss that's accumulated over so long a time.
Okay.
You know, we want it.
Mm.
Yes,
Wilson?
Yeah, just on that note, so if Air Chats went and Sunair was still operating, we would still be under Ministry of Transport, is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
Yep.
Okay, next question is how successful is Sunair at the moment? Are they sort of running to budget, or are they finding the run not quite?
I think it's quiet, but I think they anticipated that. They know it takes some time to build up the passenger numbers. So they've got a little bit of a unique advantage in that they don't come here specifically to come here. So in other words, they fly over Whakatane every day, twice or three times a day actually. So there's no cost involved in coming here. So when there's passengers here, it works for them. And I've just been in conversation with them, and they're just about to launch a new advertising campaign connecting to the Jetstar flights out of Hamilton. And I think there's going to be quite a lot of advertising going on in that space and some discounting and stuff. So I think that'll increase their numbers and a bit more awareness as well.
I think the owner told me he was that they've been in business for 30 years and they've been profitable for 30 years.
Very good.
So should the assessment we outlined, should you be comfortable with that? These are the proposed next steps that we will take to bring back a recommended option to yourselves in July, August of this year. So that includes, engaging with our partners and stakeholders, other CCOs and airports around the country, and getting specialist advice, especially around finances, tax, and health and safety liability across the different permutations. So.
And I guess we'll get the a feasibility studies not too distant future. Have you got a timeline for that?
Yes, talking about the solar?
Mm.
Yep, so the draft will be mid-May, the final one will be the end of May.
All right.
We're still working through the hangar stuff at the moment, and we're just in the last parts of trying to figure out the return on investment and that sort of thing. So that's closer than the solar, but they'll both be wrapped up by the end of May.
All right, thank you.
One last one, if I may.
Yep.
With regards to our audited accounts, I know it's not your department, but are we getting closer to getting them?
I'm going to have to defer this way, sorry.
It is our department.
Yes. Oh, sorry, it's yours, of course.
And we are
Sorry,
getting
Bevan.
closer, yes. Yeah.
We are?
We are getting closer, yep. I've had some good conversations with the auditors. We've got a plan, and then the audit partner is going to come down after the school holidays and spend some time with me, and we'll just smash it out.
So we could be in for some money from them.
We'll definitely be in for some money.
My
It's got to go through audit technical team though, so there'll be about a month in there, but we want to sort of knock that out before they all get into the next lot of annual report stuff.
Thank you. I forgot you had to change the time.
All right, folks, thanks very much for that.
Can I just ask one more thing?
Yeah, sure. I thought you
Yeah.
left your hand up.
What about would the Ministry of Transport need to be involved in the airport with the likes of, I'm not sure what they call themselves, White Island Scenic Flights or something that take paying passengers out around the district? Is that the same as a airline or separate?
Yeah, not really. So the relationship with the ministry is kind of based on, provincial connectivity. So it doesn't really factor in tourist operators. But however, that does have an effect on the revenue. So there is some sort of interest there, but the prime reason isn't tourist operators.
Thank you, Mark.
Right. Thank you, everyone. Happy Easter.
Thank you.
And you, Kristen.
Thank you.
And you, Kristen.
Right, water strategies.
Last one for today.
Our last item for the day.
Yeah, afternoon. The slides I've got today really is just a bit of an overview of what some councillors may have seen before, but I know not all have gone into the sort of detail of what I'm trying to cover today. We glossed over some of it as part of the local water done well presentation, but really keen today to spend about 40 minutes to really bring you up to speed with the thinking. So it's probably more for information, but also really keen to get feedback on potential pathways in our thinking at this point in time. Yeah, so the reason for it, as you will well be aware, there's many moving parts that influence how we're going to deliver water services. Yes, there's ways we're going to operate differently, but you're well aware that there's economic and environmental regulation happening, but we can't simply just wait until those things drop out. So the purpose of this very much is to consider what's happening in the short to medium, anticipate what's likely to happen in the medium to long, and ultimately what we want to produce are what I'm calling investment pathways, which will be ways that we can invest or plan to invest now that won't force us into a direction of travel that may change. So certain things will change how we operate. Some are more sensitive to how we're going to deliver things. Some are less sensitive, right? So what I'm trying to do is build up a picture to say, if these certain things happen as we think they will, this is how it's likely to play out, and this is how it's going to impact our thinking. And then at the same sort of time, we need to be adaptable to things that we don't know how they're necessarily going to land. A good example of that are the new environmental regulations and those wastewater standards that you've seen. So obviously this overlaps with a whole bunch of things in Three Waters, and it's certainly not going to replicate any of them. We don't want another document that simply is pulling information from existing sources, but we do know that there's things that will influence it. We know that there's things that will inform it. As an example, the spatial plan.
And then there's the underlying principles of asset management driven investment, which will again sit beneath it, and this certainly isn't trying to replicate how those processes run. Ultimately, it needs to be adaptable, so we can plan as much as we want for growth and environmental regulation, and it's going to look different in a year or two's time. So that's sort of the key principle here. This really is to summarise where this strategy document sits amongst the whole plethora of documents. Some are statutory, some are operational. So the higher up you look are our more strategic documents. Of course, you've got your LTP that sits up the top. And then you've got lots of feeder documents and things that will influence and provide input into how we essentially invest in three waters over sort of the medium and long terms. So this sort of, I'm pitching it, sits in the middle, meaning that it doesn't control how council makes decisions, but it very much will provide decision-making frameworks. Feeding into that, we have a number of documents that will inform that document itself. Yes.
Yeah, do you want to just jump back, Glenn? So just mapping back to the workshop earlier this morning on that transition from spatial plan into local growth strategy, and that diagram with the grey boxes down the bottom that had a number of activities that needed to happen in parallel, having a three waters strategy that supports growth was one of the things in those grey boxes. And the three waters piece is really important because I'm just going to map it out again for you because it is complex, but once you've done a district plan and zone changes, and as a council, if council decides to open up new zones for commercial, industrial and residential, then it also needs to be including in its long-term plan the required infrastructure, so likely a water treatment plant, because wastewater is the hard one, and the three waters strategy is about linking those infrastructure needs to the district plan zone changes, so you can cost them in your long-term plan, and then people can see exactly when that infrastructure is going to happen, and when it is likely, then they can do connections and subdivisions. So just mapping all that together from this morning's workshop as well. But yeah, it's a complicated hierarchy of local government stuff that we have to do.
Thanks for that, Steve.
So the next few slides, the schematics to illustrate our schemes, and what you'll see today is mostly a focus on wastewater and water, because they are the ones that I guess are more heavily regulated. They're the ones more subject to change and compliance, and in fact the investment in those two probably equates to 85% of water investment over a 10 to 15 year period. So I won't talk so much about stormwater, but just to say that a lot of the investment decisions there are largely asset management focused, and you can take examples of Hanimar Stormwater Pump Station asset that was at the end of its useful life. Yes, we replace it, but of course we replace it with something larger. So, and we have a works program that essentially is focused on asset performance, and we invest that way. So quite different to water and wastewater. So back on this slide here, so here you have our existing schemes, so our 6 schemes plus future marata. And I've colour coded each of them sort of in terms of what I consider general compliance. So the line between the people, the people icon and the oval is the network, and the oval itself is the treatment plant. So instantly you can see things look okay except for Edgecombe. Edgecombe, we've got issues both on the network, so the bit between the people and the treatment plant, and on the treatment plant itself, where we have significant compliance issues now, and it's not going to be compliant with any proposed wastewater standard either. That's probably all I need to say on that one for now. Similar for water, again, we have our 9 schemes here, and the ovals are the treatment plants, and you've got sort of the lines out towards the customers. And I've got up there, again, the same RAG colour status, but this is the ability to comply with drinking water standards. So just remember that when you see council officers reporting on drinking water compliance, you will often see 2 or 3 out of 9, but this here is not showing that. And the reason is that if you consider drinking water compliance to almost be, if you get 100% on your test, you're compliant. If you get 99.5% on your test, you're not. And this can be for instances where you have a couple of minutes where a turbidity is outside the normal range, or you have some other operational issue. You will get that as a reported non-compliance because we have not complied for the entire reporting period. Yet we have the ability to comply. So all going well, we should be able to comply. Up here, we would never be able to comply with Murupara and Plains. And the reason of that is because we simply do not have the bits of kit to be able to produce compliant water. Johnson Road on Plains, you see there is red because we don't have protozoa, so that's that sort of UV treatment that you would have seen. Murupara, you're aware we don't have either residual or primary treatment. At Whakatane, we don't have a treatment plant that can reliably treat the type of water that we would get on a typical fresh. Yeah, so that's why that one's yellow, because we can.
It's the treatment plant that's the bad relation at Whakatane, is that what you're saying?
Well, the treatment...
Not the source itself.
Well, they're linked. So if you've got good quality water, you don't need a sophisticated treatment plant. So Whakatane historically has had good source water because it's been from a bore 180 metres from the river. Now it's essentially a quasi-surface water take because they're so interlinked that the treatment plant is still set up to treat as if it's good quality water. So it does a good job. If the river's in good condition, if we have a fresh, all of a sudden we're not able to treat to the standard that we want to. So that's why it's yellow, because sometimes it's okay and sometimes it's not.
We still haven't found a good alternative site.
We have found some sites, we're just working out exactly that detail of it. So we're onto the 4th bore, and it's got the right type of water. It's just actually working out where the treatment plant goes when you start to overlay land ownership and other aspirations. But we are much, much closer than we were probably 6 or 7 months ago.
So that's in progress?
Yes.
Sweet.
Murupara source water is excellent.
Murupara source
excellent
water is
for
excellent.
50 years or more since it's been there.
Correct.
What we're doing is dosing with chlorine in order to meet standards that we're being forced to, right? There's no choice on that. It's a temporary arrangement that's in place with a dosing pump. So why is it really red at the moment? Since it's the piping network that's shot, if anything. It seems.
Yeah, I mean, it's red because it is an interim solution. It's not a long-term compliant solution. We're treating with liquid chlorine. If we were to have a permanent treatment plant, we would have a much different looking treatment, but it's adequate for now. So, you know, you could argue that it could be yellow.
I mean, you're treating with liquid, so what? I mean, so are they in Napier, sodium hypochlorite, right, or something?
Yep.
Genola?
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, the regulations would push us more to gas chlorination, but it's certainly doing an okay job for now.
And the residents seem to,
What's the infrastructure?
they're okay with it. It's low dose because the water's so clean, the import water.
That's right, and our promise to the community when we put in that interim was that it will be as low as we can get it.
Yeah.
So it is probably a quarter of what we would treat in Whakatane.
Well, you don't need to treat it with
You
any
don't
more
need
because you've
to.
got crap water we're treating here, so you've got to nuke it.
Exactly
Yeah.
right. So that is the benefit. The water, no one will dispute the quality of that source water, but we can't guarantee once it leaves that plant that we can maintain that quality without having residual treatment.
Okay.
Just to follow up on that, I think it's really great that the team has a great relationship with Ngāti Manoa. So usually at the roots of communication, Ngāti Manoa is really great at doing that and how to uncomplicate things, getting messages out to our community.
Seeing with the engagement out there, it's going good, yeah.
Yeah.
So with all of that, it's still red though? Or you're
Yes.
saying that just at that time? Does it ever go green, even though those other things? No. It
I
just
mean,
stays red?
if the purpose of this was to show the permanent solution, it will be red because it is interim only, and we've promised the community that the permanent solution will be through proper consultation engagement, which we have not yet done yet. So I would not like to say everything's perfect when we've got a very sort of back of the shed type manufactured arrangement to do our best to provide water. But I think you can take from this that we're managing the risk. If this is simply a risk management, it would actually be green because we're actually doing a good job of managing that risk.
Okay. Oh, no, that's okay, because it's also trying to weigh up the wider picture of other things that Murupara has to deal with in terms of the costs they have for different services. And so, you know, they're having to, you know, have this level of water. But I have another question, which was, in some other districts where they've had to introduce chlorine or they've had to look at fluoride, I guess, I don't know if that's quite a different road to travel down, they've also provided the community outlets or options of being able to get water sources without that. Is that something that the council's considered?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
So that, you know, the families themselves can choose, look, we don't want to have the chlorinated water, but there is a source here in Murupara that we can go to where we can just get the straight water.
Yep, and that would certainly be something that we would recommend because you can provide safe drinking water in town without it chlorinated by having a point source filling station. Absolutely, that would be part of the plan.
But there would be some kind of disclaimer, obviously, would there for the council? No?
No,
Needed? No.
we would guarantee safe,
Just
unchlorinated
making
drinking
sure,
water.
because they might get the water that's not chlorinated, get sick or something, but...
No. I mean, so we would still have a duty as a water supplier to make sure that that unchlorinated water is safe to drink.
Okay.
And the way we would do that is, well, we could have a dedicated pipe from source to tap, but then we could UV it. So UV is just a light, there's no chemical, and then that way it would be safe.
Okay.
The problem is we can't UV at the treatment plant and then guarantee it's safe because it's still got kilometres of pipe that it's got to travel through. But if you have UV at the point that you drink it, there is no downstream risk.
And so then that's able to be controlled more, but then you also provide that option for the community. So if the community is going through that process where they're going to be chlorinated, yeah.
Absolutely.
And then you could say, well, here's the other option, whānau, if you ride out, don't want the chlorine, these are the outlets over here where you can go fill up.
Yes, correct.
Because people are using the F word on me a lot. They're using the F word on me a lot these days. We only fluoridate the Whakatane drinking water.
Correct.
We don't fluoridate any other schemes. Oh, well, what's the prospects for that going forward then, given the Ministry of Health has given directives to some of our neighbours to start fluoridating? Are these schemes, are they likely to obligate us to do anything with these smaller schemes or not, in your opinion?
We haven't had a directive yet, but
No, I know we haven't.
What we have been asked to do is provide information on costs to fluoridate each of these.
Oh, okay.
And the Ministry of Health, of course, now that the Director General can instruct councils to fluoridate, they will be using that information to assess costs and impacts. So presumably they're looking at health against cost of implementing that, and then that will be used to drive how they roll out these directives. They were keen on Murupara to bring that forward, and
Keen on what, sorry?
Murupara. I mean,
Oh,
they did
okay.
raise it earlier, but we said, look, it doesn't make any sense until you build a treatment plant to just have a fluoridation, so they've accepted that. So as far as I'm aware, that information is with them and we are just awaiting any directive. We know that councils have taken a legal path to challenge that, but a lot of them are, I guess, backing down and are complying with that order because the risk of not is financial penalties.
I guess the danger of having non-fluoridation tap-in sites for Murupara, then you could open up a can of worms and everybody could say, well, actually, we don't want any fluoridated water. You provide us with tap-in sites in our areas. We're setting a precedent, possibly, and so what stops us from other ratepayers within the rohe from saying, well, we want tap-in sites too, with crystal clear water that we have. That's not for. So, if you're going to provide it for some, others may say, well, you need to provide it for us as well. It's just a question.
Well, nobody's. I have. Oops, but that doesn't mean to say.
No, that might stop you from getting the F word all the time.
Stop me from what?
Receiving the F word all the time.
Oh, F word, yeah.
Okay, so this is, you've now got wastewater on the left and water on the right. This is just to show where our significant present day issues are. So, again, I don't think there's any surprises here. These are long-standing issues. Cape Marata, you know about. Edgecombe, I've talked about. Murupara, we also have just talked about. Johnson Road. What we're looking at is, of course, if these are our significant issues, how can we most efficiently look to solve them, and what's the sort of scale and staging? If we take the two on the upper right-hand side, so those ones are significant issues both for Whakatane and Plains. So one is an ability to provide water to our existing communities on parts of the Plains. The other one is the reliability of the Whakatane water treatment plant, and just recently, of course, we've had to put in a restrict water notice because of the long-standing issues there. So those two could be resolved through the Whakatane Plains strategy, which you're aware of, but that's a significant piece of work. Currently, it's sitting about years 10 and 11, but I'll sort of come to a bit more detail soon on that one. Okay, let's just move on to growth, because we haven't talked so much about growth yet. So similar slides to what we had before, except this one is colour-coded on an ability to accommodate growth. So same sort of principle here, where you've got the network as being the lines, and you've got the treatment plants as being the ovals. Essentially, we have quite good ability to manage growth, except when we look at the likes of Marata and Edgecombe expansion. So Edgecombe's got a yellow there because the master plan really is a Edgecombe Plains Whakatane scheme. So if we were to expand the demand from Otamahi, which is currently feeding Edgecombe, that would be constrained because it would be linked with Whakatane, and Whakatane would basically be transitioned out over time. So the standalone Awakiri treatment plant again would possibly link into those two. So you've got lines between Edgecombe and Whakatane, and then you've got Awakiri sitting in there, and then you've also got a link with Marata as well. So the purpose of this really is just to highlight the number of pathways that we have, and obviously the challenge with growth is we can plan for a scenario, but as much as we plan, we don't know when it's going to come online, and this is where we've got to be really adaptable with our thinking and our planning now, and this feeds into the consenting team, is how much water do we need to consent, and where do we need to consent it from, because $1 of water costs different to produce from Otamahi than it does at Braemar. So Braemar we know now has compliant water, because we've resolved the arsenic, but that comes at operational costs, and so we need to be careful that we don't take a simplistic view of just where does it make sense to join the network. It's actually where is the most efficient economic use of water, where's the treatment cost lowest, and where is it essentially easiest to consent. Exactly, and when I say easiest to consent, that is that sustainability. So what are the, where do we essentially have that water that we can sustainably take? Yeah, Steve.
I know that there'll be future workshops. You'll get into the pros and cons of each option and better costing details and all that sort of stuff. But I actually feel like, if you're willing, it would be really useful for councillors just to have a little bit of an idea of what some cost options might be.
Yeah.
So, I mean, because I've got my numbers in my head, but I'm just wondering if they're the same as yours. Are you able to estimate what would it be? Because wastewater is the hard one.
Yeah.
So planes to Whakatane. So if we were to pipe stuff from Awakiri back into Whakatane, around about?
That's probably around about 7 mil.
7 mil?
So that's the 9k, you can see here, it's 9k from Awakiri to either Edgecombe or Whakatane, but it would make sense to go Whakatane.
Yep. And if we were to go, say, planes towards Kawerau, because I think they've got a little bit of spare capacity in their wastewater scheme, it's possible, it's further than 9k?
Yeah, it's further than 9, so it's not something we're really looking at the moment. It's not really shown here. It's an option, but it's certainly not in the top 2, so it's not currently making this list.
But it's an option and it's further. And then I got a couple more.
Yeah.
A new wastewater treatment plant costs about 50 million.
Yeah, now this is the interesting part. So to the work we're doing at the moment, well, the work I'm doing is to try to understand, you've got pathways here and you've got a growth model that will probably be staged, right? So wastewater is challenging in that you can oversize things and things don't work well early. Whereas water, you can have a large pipe and you just utilise 20% of that and that's fine. But the challenge with wastewater is if you were to say we're going to pipe it from Whakatane to Whakatane, you would say, okay, so what's our assumption on that size of that future growth node? You would have to size it for that. So it's likely to be well oversized at the start, which has operational issues and it has cost issues, right? So the standalone Whakatane option is favourable in that it's scalable and modular. So we have very good examples around the country where people have put in schemes in the likes of Jack's Point in Queenstown, where they've had growth that's been far enough away from an existing scheme that they have put in a standalone system and it's been modular. So they have essentially built a treatment plant in a stage 1, a stage 2 and a stage 3. So that looks like a on-site system, like a septic tank. You then, similar to what's proposed in Maratā, you then pump that through small pipes to a treatment plant, and that treatment plant is sized for the next 5 odd years, and it's very much scalable. So it's basically you just add on a module. So if you've got a module that can deal with 20 houses, and you're saying we're going to go for 100 houses in stage 1, you would have 5 modules. And then if you get 3 times that, you add in 3 times the number of modules. And the benefit there is that you can have a lot of confidence in what is a per lot cost. And those examples I referred to, it works out to be about 20,000 to 25,000 per lot. So you can instantly say, under various growth scenarios for Whakatane, low to medium, so meaning 150 to 500, you can, with confidence, say multiply 500 by 20 to 25,000, and that's the cost of the scheme. Now, at some point in time, if you go to 3,000, so take a very optimistic 20-year growth scenario for wastewater and Whakatane, if you got 3,000, it doesn't make sense to keep going like this with a modular system. At some point in time, the economics would then drive a line between Whakatane and Whakatane. But of course, the challenge at that point in time is that you already have a existing scheme that's running. So I guess the short answer here is a lower cost solution for Whakatane will be a modular standalone system for the points that I've made, because you've got cost certainty and operational efficiencies, unless you think that there's an optimistic growth model where you're going to get something in the order of 2,000 to 3,000 houses over the next 20 years. So we need to just test those two off. Water's different because we can oversize at the start and you don't have a huge cost difference between a pipe of this size and then a pipe of that size.
So yeah, there are pros and cons. Glenn will be coming back at some point to go through those in more detail. There's different cost structures. But yeah, it's really important councillors start working on this stuff, because it does feed into then those decisions that might be made in the future around opening up land for growth, because it does need to be serviced with a wastewater connection of some description.
Yeah.
And we haven't even started to talk about outflows to sea yet. But we'll save that one.
Yeah. And also just to add in the mix here, with growth in Maratā, because obviously that's the other growth node, the challenge will be that growth will help economies of scale in Maratā, but growth can also look like a flow from Edgecombe. So Edgecombe essentially can provide economies of scale if you link the two. The challenge will be then you've got a much larger treatment plant in Matatau with already issues of trying to find enough suitable land. But at least in sort of a short to medium term, there may be economies of scale by linking Edgecombe and Matatau. Yep.
The main problem in Edgecombe is overflow when you get heavy rains, right?
Yeah.
On the ponds.
Yep. So
you could build up the pond walls to have like a tailings dam type arrangement, right? That would prevent that, and that wouldn't be very expensive to do.
Yeah. So without going into a huge amount of detail, the options in Edgecombe are some, again, standalone treatment plant with some land application site. Irrespective of what we do, at least in the next 10 years, we're going to need to have a system that is not overly sensitive to the flow variability that we see. So we see flows ranging between, on average, 400 cubic metres per day, and in a wet weather event it can go 10 times that. So the benefit in retaining the ponds will both be for primary treatment but also buffering, right? So if we are to send that to Matatau, Matatau's not going to be able to accommodate flows of that order.
No.
But the ponds will be able to buffer. So we can say a design load from Edgecombe will be X, the design load from Matatau will be Y, therefore the sort of overall design of a Matatau plant is X plus Y, in very simple terms. So that's sort of where the thinking is. Again, this isn't to identify a preferred path because that will need to be considered through existing co-design and through the consenting team, but at least we want to raise potential pathways now so people can start to think, understand if that happens, how does it link to that? So we don't want to simply go down a pathway and then decide, actually we should have actually considered that. So that's why we're sort of putting as many feasible options on the table as we can now. This is the water scenarios that we talked about. So this is way too much for late in your day, but essentially what this will do is talk about all those pathways that we mentioned, but it's lining them up in rows. So it's saying, what are the pathways for Matatau plus growth? What are the pathways for future Awakiri? What are the pathways for Edgecombe? I'm not going to go through that because we've actually just talked about them. And then it's got, what would the upgrades be and what would be the overall outcomes that we achieve and then the relative cost between them. I'll leave you to have a look at that in your own time. It's really just for reference at this point in time.
But, I mean, Glenn, this is highly technical, right? I mean, we're not going to be able to make sure. You've given so many options. There's so many ways of doing things.
Yeah.
How do you get down to a short list of things? Well, I guess it will depend on on costs, which you don't have, on technical specs, which you don't really have. I mean, I don't see how we
Maintenance is very simple, and historically our infrastructure strategy has largely been a maintenance strategy because it's easy to know what you've got to do on what you've got. The hard bit, which I think you're talking about, is the growth bit. And this is where you've got to have a number of parallel conversations all happening at the same time, because in order for Glenn to be able to provide you with the relevant information, there needs to be a parallel conversation with actually where is it likely that we're going to have that development, if it's going to occur, where is it going to occur, that we're going to put in our district plan. And actually at the same time you need to be having community conversations around how and if they want that development to occur there. So it's all linked together. You can't answer the question just by looking at that.
No.
But actually you're getting a sense of the process we need to go through in order to have all that information lined up. The good news is once you have a growth mechanism in place and everything lined up, it becomes much easier for future councils to review it, because actually you're just reviewing each of those work programs each year as you track along. But actually we've got to get all of those work programs established.
Yeah. No, you're exactly right. And these are the pathways that, with more information or understanding what the wastewater standards will mean, things will become clearer.
Yeah.
And just remember that you've just adopted a annual plan and you've got an existing LTP. So this isn't about resetting budgets. This is to inform the consenting team to understand pathways for how we may consent things. So when we are looking at the next LTP, that we actually have thought about this a couple of years ago, and we're not all of a sudden asking the question, well, why don't we think about that option now? So this isn't to solve the problem. This isn't to say choose your best pathway. This is to say this is why we have a consenting team in place, because there's a whole complex problem-solving matrix that they've got to run through, and if you do something on one, it's going to affect the other. And meaning that if you do something on one scheme, it's going to affect the other scheme. But also if you have to spend more on wastewater because the standards haven't dropped as we thought, it then affects the water program, and that affects the stormwater. So, it's not just solving each in isolation, right? It needs to be considered holistically, and it needs to be considered on a path that is adaptable. Yeah. The bottom ones, if you look at Whakatane Aotua, they are less complex in that there's not options to start to integrate and join with this scheme. The pathways are essentially, when the standards come out, what would an upgrade mean to the standards? And the other option is, but what if the community drives something that is better than the standards? Because those are the options that exist now, and you would have heard us talk about, when we submitted on the wastewater standards. It's not as simple as just choosing that and thinking that that's going to be the outcome. Of course, much more complex in Whakatane when you've got growth and potential linkages in Awakiri, and complex in Maratā because you're trying to deliver an affordable scheme. And affordability comes at scale, and making sure that the end treatment is suitable for the problem that you're trying to solve.
This schematic is intimidating, but when you do look at it, like you said, again, it's easy to follow, and it's not that intimidating. It's okay. It's better than reading one of your long things in the weekend. It's really quite easy to follow. It's not bad. It's okay, and it's good work.
This comes from some sort of engineering package, does it?
This is in Visio that it's made up. Yeah, it's not complicated, but it's great. The package is great to put flowcharts in and move it about. But this is sort of how, I don't know how we could demonstrate or show this information in words if we don't start to use flowcharts. Again, it doesn't really look a whole lot simpler on water. If we take Whakatane, we know we've been looking at a local source for a long time, so that's why CRBX. So we've sort of drawn a line in the sand there and said that there's no viable alternate source locally. So we're now looking at a more longer term integration with the plains, which will solve those problems that you saw before, which is the servicing and also the water quality issues and the treatment resilience of Whakatane plant. again, Johnson Road is a scheme that links into the plains, and that's got its own compliance issues. So, how can we be smart around using Johnson Road without over-investing in that? Murupara, again, a bit more simple for the reasons we talked about. Aruatoki as well, developed already with those options.
Johnson Road's compliance issue or arsenic, is it?
Well, Johnson Road's main compliance is the protozoa, so it's got no UV.
Oh, yeah.
And it does have elevated arsenic, but probably not to the point that we're planning any arsenic treatment. And that would be our last option, really, because operationally it's expensive. And in fact, Johnson Road in itself is not a critical source. So Johnson Road didn't exist until the Edgecombe earthquake, and we had issues with Braemar. We now use it only intermittently in summer when we've got really high demand. So we need to be a bit smart in understanding what the role of Johnson Road is.
Yeah.
When we know what that role is, we know what a suitable amount of investment is to make in it. Because if there is arsenic, but it's very close to the drinking water standards, we can control the amount of arsenic in that scheme at Braemar. So we dilute it. So we blend it. Right, so that's a sensible thing. You've got good quality of water, you don't need arsenic treatment. So again, that depends on how much water we're planning on A, consenting, and then B, producing, and where that water's going. So like I mentioned before, Braemar is expensive to treat per 1,000 litres because of the unique treatment that we need there. Otamahi is relatively cheap. So logically, we want to pull as much water from Otamahi and just use Braemar for sort of the western part of the plains.
So Johnson Road has always sort of been a thorn in our side. So who makes the decision on decommissioning it?
Yeah, so what the officers will do will say, engineering-wise, economics would indicate that this is the right path, and ultimately council will decide. But what the strategy will do is to say, when we know where we need the water, what the growth is, what the timeline is, it would then fall out of how critical it is to keep Johnson Road going. Now, in the short term, we are investing in UV because it's a relatively cheap investment, and we don't want to forego a good quality source of water with low treatment until we know exactly where the rest of the water is coming from. So if we were to simply turn off Whakatane today and we look at how much water we have consented on the plains, we have enough consented water. But the problem is we can't get that water to where it needs to be. And the balance probably isn't quite right from where we source it, where we treat it, and where it needs to go. Yeah, so there's a bit of economics to provide the most optimised, efficient model, and that's actually the work that we're doing now, because we need to do it now, because although we may not be building any of this for 9 or 10 years, we have to consent things in the next 2 years. So we have to make some assumptions on how much are we going to re-consent at Braemar and how much are we going to re-consent at Otamahi, for example. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, moving on from that, I won't delve too much into this because you've been across it for some time now, but it's really just to make note that economic regulation and environmental regulation are two things that are happening. Certainly, when we look at what's more sensitive to decisions that we're making now, it's going to be on the environmental regulation side because of those wastewater standards. Economic regulation we're less sensitive to because the purpose of economic regulation is a good thing irrespective of whether economic regulation exists or not. it's there to provide good affordable water. It's there to make sure that the customers understand what they're getting and the customers know why they're paying for what they're getting. So with economic or without economic regulation, that's a good business practice anyway.
Is it economical to pay for that?
So, I mean, that's a very good question. I mean, overseas, economic regulation is well proven to drive better performance. We know that the government is encouraging more CCOs of scale because economic regulation works well when you don't have a whole lot of entities to regulate. The challenge of economic regulation is if you've got a CCO that's 4 times as big as your neighbouring CCO, is your economic regulation model the same? Because you would expect a large CCO to be able to perform better operationally than a smaller one. So instantly you've got a economic regulation regime that's having to adapt to different entities. But certainly, you know, by having a third-party regulator that's acting in the interests of customers, and eventually over time we'll look at keeping you to task on operational efficiencies and revenue and all those things of investment, it should and will, I think in my opinion, drive really good performance. Yeah. Again, affordability, you've seen plenty of this, and Bevan's team is looking at affordability in itself, so this strategy is certainly not litigating any of that. But what I've just put up here is my own assessment of how affordability can work in the water space. So I've done some work here just briefly looking at regional water charges. So that graph on the left is looking at a Western Bay of Plenty water charging regime, and this is very much based on a average or median household. So what I've done is built up the charges across those 6 schemes, and I've also paired it against water care. And it's not simple because there's different mechanisms of charging for water. Some are all volumetric, like water care. There's some here where it's a split between a fixed and a consumption charge, which is Whakatane, but I've done my best just to provide an indicative average user. So what that sort of tells us is that, well, it shows that the cost of water on the plains is extremely cheap, and it also shows that it sort of shows that we're relatively close to Tauranga, you know, in the way that we charge per household for water. It shows Western Bay is quite expensive when it comes to wastewater charging, and interestingly for water care, their wastewater charging is entirely based on how much water you use. So they will look at your water consumption and then they will charge you about 75% of your water bill on the basis that 75% of what you use for water ends up going down the sewer system. The other 25% may be watering your garden or cleaning your car, so that's not charged for. And then on the right hand side, this is me looking at the proportion of our water charging relative to other household costs. So if you take your fixed charges, if you're a household, you're looking at about 11% going to water and wastewater, which is similar to power, which is 16%, or car insurance. And you know, interesting to look at car insurance and water charging is basically hitting the same cost. And then and then WDC rates other is essentially the same as your house and contents insurance. So, the reason I've done this is just for my own benefit, really, to try to put in perspective of when we say, how affordable are your water charges? Well, it's 10% of your other costs, right? So it's less affordable if your other costs are going up, I don't think it's really as simple as being able to say, is it more or less affordable in itself, because any average household is not just paying one bill at any point in time.
How come, there's no figure for food there? Because
Okay.
you've got all, all of the other main things in a household, but food's kind of one of the biggest ones.
That
There's
is-
probably some logic, but
There is some logic, and I had food in there,
yeah.
but if you put food in there, it's so large relative to the others that you don't see this picture.
Right.
So,
I thought there must have been a reason you didn't. 'Cause
a household will spend $400 or $500 on food, and that's per week. And here you're talking about water charging of $1,500 per year. So food is so much larger than the others that I figured I'll leave it out for the purpose of sort of the utility type charge and insurance charge that I'm trying to show.
Well, he did this for his own benefit, he said.
Yeah, but you're exactly right. I mean, if we're truly to look at cost of living, food has to be in there. You can't just take food out. Yeah, well done. Yeah, I'd say yes, I should put it in there, but no one's going to ask me about it, so I'll be fine. Again, this is what you're saying. This is the work that Bevan's doing, where we're looking at benchmarking. This one is cost of the annual water charge, water and wastewater charge relative to median income. Again, we see water care being lower because they earn more on average in Auckland. And the others, interestingly, across Tauranga, Whakatane, Mirapara, where we know we've got a different rate for water and wastewater, is more or less sitting around about at 1.5%. No, so I'm well aware of the work that Bevan's doing, so I'm not sort of litigating any of that work. That will certainly be an input into this. This is just current status. Yeah, current costs.
So it doesn't include the $30 million upgrade from the park?
No, it doesn't. And that's the work that Bevan's doing. I don't want to complicate this with the work that Bevan's doing. This is just to put some context around when we say, the cost of water is really expensive. It's 11%, and yes, it's expensive. But how does that affect the discussion on affordability? Well, actually, affordability is what we've talked about. It's the other 90% plus the food. That is what actually hits people. It's not the 11% necessarily. Yep, but it's important here because we can influence it, right? We can control that part of our area of influence, and we hope that other parts also control their part to make things more affordable. We're almost there. We've only got another couple more. This is, again, because I know you love the Visio diagrams, this is another one where I'm trying to provide an illustration of affordability in different parts of what we affect. So when we talk about affordability on costs of producing water and dealing with wastewater, it actually matters on what part of that investment driver we're talking about. So, I'm sort of imagining that where you've got discretion on something to spend, you've got more ability to influence affordability. where you have less discretion because it's A, regulated, or B, it's compliance, you have less ability. So if we assume that waters is an essential infrastructure, it then all of a sudden becomes a bit harder to manage affordability because it's less ability to decide whether or not we're going to provide that service or not. And then you've got the categories of what's the primary investment driver. So health and safety, you can't just not do something because it costs too much within reason. Quite hard to influence affordability on those drivers. Compliance and regulation, you have less ability. In the middle, how you renew your assets, that sits in the middle because councils can elect to fund more or less per year, and an example of that is through the LTP. Council is elected to fund 70%, which is logical, it sits there. You have an ability to regulate what cost you're passing through to the customer. And then things where you do have a bit more is those improvements. So are we going to increase flood protection, or are we going to provide better quality drinking water to our communities over and above a compliance standard? So that's when you're starting to talk about the likes of integrating Whakatane and planes, right? You don't necessarily have to do that. You could sweat the asset, you could replace and reconsent. So it's really just to try to illustrate when we say affordability, it's very sensitive to what that primary driver is. And in fact, this model looks a bit like how the framework of investment looked going into the previous entity. So when you want a sort of transparent investment program, you first need to understand what are the drivers for that investment, so you can then start to have those conversations on, are we willing to spend more or less on it, and are we willing to do it sooner rather than later? So it's just to provide a bit of context in sort of that space when we look at that long-term investment window.
So how does growth pay for growth? Because growth seems to be a big driver of costs, right?
Yeah, well, let Steve go here.
Because I don't want to pay for the growth, so I'm not responsible for it.
Yeah, there are several principles around that. For councils, I guess the key one is that through development contributions, growth can fund growth. So where people want to purchase in, say, a new subdivision and they're paying a development contribution, which should be really in the vicinity of 60 to 80,000.
No, it's not, it's around about 5.
Then they are funding the investments that a council needs to make up front in order to enable those things to happen. So that's an example of how growth pays for growth. Sorry, what was your other comment?
My comment was that our present development contributions are they were probably set a long time ago, but given that the costs of building have gone up to very high levels, the development contribution at the moment is a very small proportion of the total, and it could be much higher.
That's correct. Development contributions aren't invented numbers. They aren't set. They're actually costs that are taken from the long-term plan. So every long-term plan, you set your development contributions. That's why it's important when you're doing growth to have budgets for things like wastewater treatment plants, new roading infrastructure. All that growth work needs to be mapped out in your LTP, and then council can have a conversation about how much of that is pulled back into the development contributions and how much of it would be passed on to the property purchaser as opposed to the general ratepayer.
So how does that apply with the new introduction regarding infrastructure that the Minister has put forward around levies? Different forms of levies, because, how does that impact on the development contributions that we've already budgeted for?
Yeah, I think at that presentation that we were at for the local government, there were a few questions about that because people couldn't quite understand how it would work as well, because, you do need to the current way you calculate a development contribution didn't line up with how they wanted to set levies, and it sounded like he was talking about you would set levies based on they would have a number that they would use, and that would be on average we think it costs this amount, so you can set up a levy up front. But we're still waiting for more information to come out about that, because it wasn't clear to me at the thing.
Is that a central government initiative?
Yes. Yeah. So it was the pitch was to move away from the development contributions model, and for councils to be able to set levies up front based on some sort of table of costs that you could apply, and have the funds up front rather than the funds being collected over a much longer period through development contributions. But yeah, it was early days. I think still conceptual for them.
Because there's a concern about the upfront cost maybe being a barrier to that development happening, or that cost being put onto the house buyer or the whoever's buying the house or anything like that.
Yeah.
Well, I think you've seen this one. So this is just here as a reminder around, as a follow-on from that affordability question. So at the moment, the assumption of what is affordable to stay within that benchmark 2.5% is looking like a CapEx program of about 21 mil. And again, the context around that is to say, well, currently on average we deliver in the three water space about 7 mil annually. So 20 mil is a significant lift in that. So we would expect that there to be constraints on the market and then the physical ability to deliver those work programs. When you start to look at a needs base versus a current and essentially what we would like to invest, you're going to hit a deliverability ceiling sort of roughly at the same time as what you would expect to hit with a financial one. And I think that's, I don't think there's anything else I needed to speak to. Oh, I guess the other point is to say that to be able to lift our performance of CapEx, and an example of a few years ago is when we had the stimulus funding. So we essentially delivered, I think, about $14 million in that year. And that's because it was enabled through a more streamlined procurement rules and how we were to get that out to market quicker. And in a larger CCO, the hope would be through bundling and be able to share services that we would be able to over time start to meet that need of delivering double of what we are now. Again, just a reminder of the assumptions that profiled CapEx program is making, and the impact that those wastewater standards will likely have on it. So, I just want to finish and say the strategy at this point was due to be complete by about July. And we're thinking at this point that what we may look to do is provide a bit of a interim sort of approach in July, but we're very much going to need to take out some of those what-ifs and assumptions. We're going to have to wait until those standards land, because that's going to have a major bearing on what the costs are and what those pathways are going to be. And like I mentioned, we've already got an annual plan that's set. We do have some challenges that we need to work through in Maratā wastewater, because if we start to look at a per lot cost of that, it's not affordable. When you look at the likes of a $25,000 per lot assumption that we talked about in Awakiri, right? You've just got to take a cost of Maratā, divide it by the number of properties, So there is some thinking to be had there around how we can demonstrate that we've got the most economical scheme there. Bearing in mind that the cost estimates are very conservative at this point. Yep.
I agree with what you're saying. I know going back 10 years ago, and I used to talk to Terry Long and Jeff Farrell when we were trying to kickstart it again, that they actually had a figure per household, and after that the government wouldn't support it, and we're way above that. But isn't that offset by the threat from the Department of Health and that to remove a number of houses? Isn't that balanced out by the... So doesn't your sum working that out, cost per household, then also brings in those factors too, and also the Ngāti Rangatahi desire for, through their treaty claim, for a clean lagoon?
Yeah, it does, and that's certainly all part of why that project exists. I guess what the project team will need to be able to demonstrate is that the engineering solution to the problem as proposed is reasonable when we look at other costs of other schemes around the country. Because when we start to look at on charge, and the first question will be, is this reasonable and is it affordable, right? So I mentioned these other cost benchmarks around the country for how schemes have been developed. So that would, I guess, give us some confidence that the proposed solution is a reasonable cost that you would expect for the problem that we're trying to solve. Yeah. And at the moment, as it stands, it's certainly probably above any benchmarks that we can see.
There are 6,500 rating units in Whakatane, and there are about 6,500 rating units in the rural areas. Do you know how many septics there are in the rural areas? Have we got a count? And who actually checks, who regulates them? Because there must be thousands of them.
Yeah, there will be thousands. Yeah,
We don't have a number? I tried to do it from rating units, but a rating unit doesn't necessarily correspond to a septic system or a dwelling.
We could, I don't have the number, but it would be relatively easy to work out because we know the number of houses and we know how many are connected to a scheme. It would be the difference between the two.
Yeah, so in order to get the number, I need to know how many houses there are.
Yeah, which we will have.
Not necessarily, because you can have two houses sharing a single septic tank. I think, here you go, it's 6,500 septic tanks.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm thinking, but I thought that was sort of pretty rough estimate. But that's probably okay.
About right.
Yeah,
I think
that's a shitload. Oops.
Yeah.
Literally. Yeah. No. Yeah. Okay. All right. That's a lot, with nobody really checking any of it.
No, but again, it comes back to property owner. Yeah.
It's the responsibility of property owner.
I do think you find the Ministry of Health keeps an eye on it through their infectious rates and whatever through the hospitals, because they are the ones that declare red zone and they declare Echo and orange zone. So somewhere along the line, and they were quite strongly for that going back 20 years ago, so somewhere along the line, they must keep an eye on that sort of stuff through hospital.
Yeah, I don't think so. You can go to the notifiable diseases database and you won't probably find anything.
But then, a septic tank where you've got plenty of space versus a septic tank in a built-up urban area are quite sort of different, right? So, a septic tank in a true urban setting is largely going to operate without too many issues as long as the property owner does good maintenance. But it's not the same in Ngāti where you've got the density. So the effects of it not working well will be much more concentrated.
All right. Hey, thank you, Glenn.
Thank you.
Next time, I'll pass you the bill for my optometrist. These things are so small I can't even, Maybe you could get rid of all of the blue and just make your slide occupy the whole screen. Get rid of all that Whakatane District Council stuff on there. Because they're really hard to see. Even this monitor's quite high resolution. I can't see it on here.
Yeah, certainly printed out, you can
looks
read
good
them
on
much
print,
better.
does it?
I agree, it is hard to see on the screen, and but yeah.
It worked for me, Glenn. It was great. Thank you for the presentation. It's just called a Zoom.
Yeah, no, I just think it was just so thorough to be able to have that visual representation too.
detail.
Those flow charts really help visually, and those comparisons. So, thank you for the in-depth mahi that you've put into making sure that we have a clear understanding.
Okay, kia ora tātai, so me katiwa tātai hui. Kia tātai katoa, te ata whai o tō tātai. Aroa o te atua me te whiwhinata hei tāna ki te wairua tapu. Ake. Have a great day, everyone.